Everyone. Good afternoon, people. Fine. Um, so nice to see you all. All right, see you all. The sense like not taking the literal meaning. All right. Uh, so I'm Karthikeyan. So I'll be handling the internal security paper for you. All right, internal security, national security paper for you. And to tell about myself, this is the first class, right? So I have to give an introduction about myself. I did my graduation in law. I did BA Honors in School of Excellence in Law, Chennai, and I did my master's in Indian Law Institute. That is, my specialization is on human rights. So ILI, I did human rights specialization, LLM. All right, so this is my qualification, and I practiced in Madras High Court from 2010 to 12, and then I practiced in Supreme Court for a while. All right, and since 2014 I am into teaching. I'm also practicing, but also I'm taking classes also. So since 2013-14 I'm taking classes. Initially I was a content developer, then later on I started taking classes. I'm in net qualified assistant professor in law. All right, so this is about my academic and teaching qualification. With respect to UPSC, I've given 4 mains. All right, so I'm taking law optional in Shankar IAS Academy as well as internal security. I'm associated with Shankar IAS Academy since 2018. All right, so this is about myself. All right, now we'll directly go into the subject as such. All right, so internal security or the security, you say it's one of the most important, most relevant portion of UPSC, which is mostly whenever you go through newspapers, there won't be an article without this security related issues. All right. So first of all, I'll start with the kind of significance of national security. All right. So this national security is part of GS paper. First of all, it is part of GS paper. This national security is part of GS paper 3. All right. You see, GS paper 3, like people score very high marks because of the fact, it's not because of internal security, but because of the fact it has all the current affairs elements. All right. So be it science, be it economics, be it disaster management, be it environment or internal security, all these subjects has a lot of current affairs related things. All right, so that is the reason why people score very high marks, because you can give a lot of inputs more than what is I'm teaching the classes, more than what you study in the textbooks. You can get a lot of inputs from the newspapers, and that is the reason why people give a lot of different answers also. All right, so this has a lot of potential, scoring potential. And among GS paper 3 also, like you see the trend is since the introduction of internal security, even before that it was there, but you see majorly in 2013 there was a change of syllabus. So before it was not expressly mentioned, but from 2013 they have expressly mentioned about internal security, and they have made changes. You know that, like from 2013 mains they have made changes. So from 2013 till, you see, the exam which was concluded this month, initially the second week of the first week of January, you see the trend is that like it's an approximate 20 to 25% of the marks. All right. So starting from say a minimum of 40 marks and maximum sometimes 60 marks, they used to ask actually. Fine. So a significant chunk of the marks they're asking from internal security. So it is relevant to you, it is easy, you can connect it with a lot of current affairs, and you can scoring also. So what I mean to say is that this is something you cannot ignore that. All right, so don't ignore that. Don't think that I have to study only for mains. So even though it is part of mains, questions have been asked in the prelims also, directly and indirectly, and also questions have been posed in the personality development also. They've put this question in the personality development also. So all 3 tiers of examination, right from prelims, mains, and interview, it is important. All right, but I'll tell you where you have to focus while we discuss the topics. I'll tell you okay, in this topic where you have to focus from prelims perspective, mains perspective. All right, so don't think that you'll study this after the prelims. All right, fine. And the next one is So this is a syllabus. Please write the syllabus. Please go through the entire syllabus. And after writing the entire syllabus, please do let me know once you complete it. So this is the syllabus that they will give in the notification. See, in the month of February. Okay. So in the month of February, like, so anybody else have the problem like about audio? Audio is audible, right? Like any interruption in audio? Okay, okay, fine. Okay, Paul, like fine. So if anybody else has a problem, just let me know that. Fine, all right. Fine, okay. So that's what like the syllabus. This syllabus they will give it in the notification. So the next month the notification will be out, right? In that notification, you'll have the same things. Fine. So you please write word by word. All right, we'll decode the syllabus. We'll decode the syllabus, and I'll tell you the importance. So what we're gonna study in next 10 sessions, I'll tell you. I'll tell you where you have to focus in the newspapers and all. Fine. So please do write it, and after writing it, please let me know. All right. So after writing, please do text me that okay if you have completed. People, have you completed? Like if you just let me know. All right. Okay, okay, okay. No problem. You can write it. Okay, I'll give you some more time. Don't worry. Don't worry. So this is what exactly I've taken it from the syllabus part, like from the notification. All right. For the sake of convenience, like I'll just break it, and then like I'll tell you like we'll decode the syllabus. I'll tell you like what we are going to study for the next 10 sessions. All right. Now, why we have to decode the syllabus is because like so in the meantime, from today onwards, like whatever the articles which I've already studied and whatever you're going to study, you should know that like a specific article, whether that is relevant to UPSC. If that is relevant to UPSC, whether it is relevant to which subject it is it security, it is related to bilateral, is it related to polity, is it related to what, like, so you have to know that, like, so that is what, like, after going decoding the syllabus, you'll get to know that, okay, this particular article is relevant to me with respect to internal security, this is the subject, this is the topic also, so you got to have that idea, and that is the reason why we are decoding the syllabus. All right, fine. This is what, and right now I'll just use OneNote, like, so I'll just use an app actually to write. All right, so for writing, for the purpose of writing, so I'm just switching off the video. All right, so in order to write, all right, so fine. All right, so basically we are going to decode the syllabus. So what is the first one? So first one is, the first topic is linkages between development and the spread of extremism. Linkages between development and the spread of extremism. Do you find any linkages, like, so is there any group of people who involved in violence or extreme activities just because of there is lack of development? Is there any people, or is there any group or organization which you know that, okay, Naxalites, okay. Now, see, under this topic, we're going to deal with two things basically. One is the Naxalites or the Naxals. So basically, we're going to discuss about Naxalism, or which is also known as Maoism. It is also known as what? Maoism, or it is also known as left-wing extremism. It is also known as what? Left-wing extremism. All right. So basically, under this topic, under the topic of linkages between development and the spread of extremism, the one major topic we're going to discuss is about Maoism, Naxalism, and left-wing extremism. All these three things are almost the same thing, only interchangeably used, but we'll know the differences. While I'm taking class, and don't ask me like what exactly is Maoism, Naxalism, and all. So while I'm taking class, the differences, why it is called as Maoism, why it is called as Naxalism, why it is called as a left-wing extremism, what are the similarities, what are the differences, all these things. Like, this is one of the most controversial issues, right? Whether like Naxals, they have a kind of a link with that, Adivasis, whether all Adivasis kind of supporting Naxals, all those things we're going to discuss. All right. And the second is Northeast insurgents. Second is Northeast insurgency. So basically, insurgency means, and people who wanted to take control of the government in a violent manner. All right. Fine. So people who wanted to take control of the government in a violent manner. Fine. And yes, what you said is right, Paul. Like, so excess development is also can relate to extremism, but don't think Khalistan to be an excess development has led to extremism. That is on based on identity. That is not based on development alone. That is altogether different factor. We'll discuss that. But in the case of Northeast insurgency, you see, like, in all these states, you take the case of Nagas. All right. See, Nagas, they are demanding for greater Nagalim, is it not? They are demanding for. So it's not that every people in Nagaland are greater are demanding it. Recently, you know what is the organization which is in news recently? Any organization which is in news recently? You know, any idea with respect to Nagaland? Like, there is an organization called NSCN, IM, NSCN-K factions. All right, the National Socialist Council of Nagaland, ISAC, Nuwa faction, the National Socialist Council of Nagaland, Kaplang faction. All right, so there are a lot of such organizations. All right, so they are kind of demanding for a separate country, they're demanding for a separate state, they're demanding for a separate constitution, they want a separate flag. All right, all these issues. So a lot of things happening in Nagaland. What about in Assam? You see, Assam, there is an issue because of illegal migrants, is it not? Illegal migrants. All right, and the related NRC. Why NRC is there? All right, it's all because of the illegal migrants. All right, you must have known about organizations like ULFA. Remember ULFA? ULFA is in news recently. So many ULFA militants, commanders, they surrendered. All right, United Liberation Front of Assam. People, these people, ULFA people, United Liberation Front of Assam. These people, they want to separate Assam from India. For the Assamese, it's all because of the illegal migrants coming from Bangladesh. All right, so those things, fine. And next about you take the case of in Assam, there is one more issue also, like people in Bodo area, people in Bodo area. So Bodo area that is called as you see NDFB. There is a group called NDFB, National Democratic Front of Bodoland, like who demands a separate state also. So within the state also, there are a lot of such issues happening on. So there is a problem between the organizations versus the state, and there is a intertribal conflict also. You take the case of Manipur, and take the case of Manipur. Why Manipur is in news recently? Why Manipur is in news recently? Related to this terminology, inner line permit system. You remember Manipur is in news because of the recent, like Manipur is included under the inner line permit system. And there is a problem in Manipur. There is a problem between the Meiteis groups, Meiteis versus the Kuki tribes, Nagas. All right. So there is a problem. So it's not just the problem between the government and the organizations, as in the case of Naxals, it is, but there's an intertribal conflict also. So in all these states, like be it Assam, Nagaland, and all those things, Manipur, there's a lot of problems. And you see in the case of like related to Tripura and Mizoram, it is the Bru refugees. Or the Riang tribes. So these are creating trouble. Fine. These are creating troubles. So in Northeast, there is a lot of problems happening. In Northeast, a lot of problems happening in. So you have to follow these things. So maybe only in the 5th or the 6th session, we'll be starting with Naga insurgency. So in the meantime, if any of these have, like if any of these kind of news article appears related to Naga, related to Assam, related to illegal migrants, and related to the inner line permit system, or any of the northeastern states, you have to note. All right, so that is relevant to you. So this is relevant. So the topic, the first topic is in with respect to linkages between development and the spread of extremism. These two major headings we'll be discussing, and till the time we discuss, you have to make a note and start you can say start making notes basically. Fine. This is what the first topic, but we won't be taking in an order. All right, the second of the topic is state and non-state actors. The role of state and non-state actors. Now, what is the meaning of role of state and non-state actors? You see, ISI. Have you heard about this ISI? Inter-Services Intelligence. ISI stands for Inter-Services Intelligence of which country? Pakistan. Inter-Services Intelligence of Pakistan. They sometimes accused of supporting. See, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba. You know who are these people? Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba. These people are non-state actors. Why they are called as non-state actors? Because they do not represent a state. They do not belong to a state. All right. But the thing is that these organizations, basically Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Taiba, these organizations operate within India. They basically want to separate Kashmir from India and they want to join it with Pakistan. There are other non-states, LTTE, all right, NSCN, all right, and like you see Islamic State, ISIS, Al Qaeda, Taliban, all right, and you have a lot of other organizations you can mention about Boko Haram, Hezbollah, all right, Al Shabaab, a lot of organizations. Lot of organizations are there. Like India, you have Hezbollah Mujahideen, all right, Indian Mujahideen, all right. So there are a lot of such organizations. So some these things, like for instance, NSCN, and these are internal non-state actors. These are external non-state actors. All right. So now the thing is that you have to focus on those non-state actors who has an impact in India. Non-state actors who has an impact in India. All right. So you see like Boko Haram, it's mostly in Africa. Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, they are in Africa. So that is not kind of directly related to India. All right. So you need not follow Boko Haram or Al Shabaab. You know that, but you need not follow with respect to the not much of an importance, but with respect to other organizations who are creating trouble in the borders or within the borders or in the hinterland. Hinterland, I mean like interiors of the India. You have to focus upon. You have to know why. What is their objective? So, what is the objective of ISIS? You know that the objective of ISIS is to establish a caliphate. Is it not? The objective of ISIS is to establish a Islamic caliphate. All right. So that's what you have to know. That like fine. So these objectives of these non-state actors you have to know. All right, and after which you have to find out like what is the relevant to India, why they are kind of carrying out. So if ISIS have done recruitment from India, you have to know why there is so much recruitment, why people are falling into the trap of IS. All right. What is Jaish-e-Mohammed? What is the objective of Lashkar-e-Taiba? What are the kind of incidences, violent incidences, terrorist incidences, what they have done it? And also like no you must have heard about these words, no, these words like surgical strike, or hot pursuit. So we made a surgical strike against Pakistan in 2016 against NSC, and it's not against Pakistan. So to say that it's against Pakistan is wrong. Against Jaish-e-Mohammed camps, all right, and against NSCN in the year 2015. And recently we had carried out something called preemptive non-military action. All right, carried out military also. And so most of the things like it is. So we have to know like exactly the role which is kind of done by these people. For instance, in the case of IS, okay, fine. I'll look into the audio issue. Like okay, fine, fine. Like I'll check over it. Like so, in the meantime, like we'll you're unable to hear anything. All right, let's see. Let's see the audio issue during the break. Don't worry. Fine. Fine. I'll look into that. I'll look into that during the break. Fine. Next is so we have to find out like so you have seen instances wherein like ISI. So ISI is kind of you can say it is kind of supporting. They're giving financial support technical support to these separatists. Right? So that is what we always used to hear a word called state-sponsored terrorism. Is not. So we'll find out what is state-sponsored terrorism, why Pakistan sponsored terrorism against India. All those things we have to follow. Understand? This is what. So this is what exactly the role of state and non-state actors. These are things. Fine, like no, I disconnected and came back. Right now it is fine. Is it fine right now, people? No, I disconnected and connected. That is the reason why. Fine, fine. Okay, fine. Okay. So coming back. Okay, so this is what actually. Um, these two things. Okay, so these two things, like you have to know that, like, what is the linkage, how our approach should be, how India's approach should be, why we go for a war with Pakistan, why we carry out special terms like surgical strike, preemptive non-military action, what is hot pursuit, all those things we have to know. All right, this is the second one. All right, now what is the third topic? What is the third topic? Third topic is third of the topic is what is the third one? Third one has three important components. One is cyber security. All right, and the second one is role of social media. All right, and the third one is money laundering. So what is basically cyber security? Can you tell me like some of the cyber security things which you already come across recently in news? So we're going to learn about what is cyber, what are some of the cyber crimes, what is cyber terrorism. All right, so the recent examples of what is ransomware. The random ransomware is Petya, WannaCry. Okay, good, good. So what is cyber hacking? What is cyber espionage? All right, and with respect to, you can say, okay, so with respect to WhatsApp, like that is part of social media also, privacy. All right, and okay, Russia's action over America, good. And again, like recent issues like what is happening with respect to banning of Chinese apps, loan scam. All right, a lot of things are there. Like, so what, how sort of threat this bitcoins or cryptocurrencies poses. So we are not going to see the technicalities of that, like, but how it is kind of creating an security issue. All right. So with respect to data, also you have this data protection bill, is it not? The pending data protection bill. All right. So good. Deep fakes, deep web, or you can say darknet, right? Social engineering, all those things. Like, so how computers are used, actually, how cybercrime, cyber criminals use computers in order to create security threat. You see a lot of times, like, China has been involved in that. All right. So China has been using its kind of agencies to kind of create trouble within India by hacking the Indian government websites, official government websites, and all. So these are things we have to find out. Like, all right. So anything related to cybersecurity, especially when it attacks India, please make a note of that. Like, we have to learn this one. And as a part of this third one, like other things which you have to focus on, it is about the role of social media. So what is the role of social media, how exactly it poses a threat. All right. So this is something like you see, with respect to social media, it's you must have heard words like lone wolf attacks. Have you? Lone wolf attacks. All right. So blue whale. Okay. What about blue whale challenges games? Actually, how gamings are used. All right. So especially in this thing, so whenever we speak about cybersecurity, also like the impact of COVID also. So after COVID, like everyone, we have started like education, employment through online. So how far our data is kind of secured. All right. So all those things. All right. Fine. That is again good. Cambridge Analytica scandal. But we are not going to study in detail. Like, so how exactly it is going to be an impact actually? So how exactly WikiLeaks cable is also like not exactly related to social media. All right. So you remember this do-it-yourself forums, do-it-yourself forums. Like you see, like this is related to that, like lone wolf attacks. Like people, they are kind of they have like they use social media. Social media is used as a tool for recruitment. Is it not? How social media is used as a tool to spread their propaganda for training purposes. All right. So how social media is used, and especially about fake news also. You see, social media is used as an important medium to spread the fake news. So how it has led to hate mongering. All right. And polarization, all those things. Fine. All right. So this is what, like, and definitely you have to mention about, like, okay, one is about freedom of speech and expression, and another side you have to curb about like public order. So what are those things? What are those things which are related to social media? All right. So the instances of mob lynching, why people take law in their own hands, believing whatever comes in the news, social media. Fine. These things you have to go through that. Like, so how social media kind of creates a threat to security. All right. So this is about social media. And the third important part as a part of this is it is separate, which is called as money laundering, which is called as what? Money laundering. So what is the meaning of money laundering? Money laundering basically means what? Conversion of black money to white money, is it not? That is illegitimate money to a legitimate money. All right. So illegitimate, how it is converted. The process is also like processes like you see there are a lot of such processes like Hawala. What is Hawala? So what is smurfing? Why tax havens are used? Or what is why shell companies are used? All right, why offshore banking is all preferred? So these terminologies, why it is associated with money laundering. And we have to discuss about the processes, so like what is placement, what is layering, what is integration. All right, and there are several legislations also, so we got to learn a lot of legislations also, like Prevention of Money Laundering Act, Prevention of PMLA Act, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the Binami Act, the Black Money Act, the Fugitive Economic Offender Act. All right, and definitely organizations like FATF, definitely organizations like FATF, Financial Action Task Force, organizations like Enforcement Directorate. All right, organizations like Financial Action Task Force, the blacklist, grey list, and the role of Enforcement Directorate. So all those things we have to cover. All right. So if Enforcement Directorate or FATF appears in the newspapers, you make sure that that is relevant to money laundering. All right. So Vijay Mallar later things like, so we'll learn what is extradition, why this thing, the mutual legal assistance treaties. Understand? So we got to discuss about money laundering also. So money laundering, these are the things like we have to focus upon. Understand? So please follow these things in the newspapers. Money laundering, whenever FATF or ED appears in the newspapers. Fine. And the next one is, so it is about border management. It is about the next one is about border management. So what is basically border management? You see, like we're going to discuss from all these aspects. Like, so India has like all the neighbors, right? So we have Pakistan, we have China, we have Nepal, we have Bhutan, we have Myanmar. Is it not? We have Bangladesh, we have Sri Lanka, we have Maldives. All right. So what exactly is the borders? Like why exactly there is difficulty in managing the borders? What sort of difficulty? All those things we are going to see. All right. So recently, if you see like there is issue like in the case of China, what are the issues like? In China, it is related to the Galwan Valley. Previously, it was Doklam a couple of years back. So what exactly those issues? All right. And in Nepal, what is the Kalapani issue? All right. And Kashmir, in Pakistan, we have Kashmir. All right. So Bangladesh, illegal migrants. Why we have illegal migrants? All right. So Sri Lanka, Maldives. What we're gonna discuss about. So what is Chinese debt trap? What is what is the meaning of Chinese debt trap? What is LAC? What is LOC? What is AGPL? What is international border? All right. What is free movement regime? What is why fake Indian currency notes? What is golden triangle, golden crescent? All right. So all those things related to these things. So what exactly the problems, these terminologies for each and every state. I can say this is the most important. This is the most important of the topics. Border management is the most important of the topics. Every year they used to ask the questions related to border management every year. Even this year also, like one question directly, one question indirectly, they asked associated with that. All right. So this is something like, so we'll start with border management only first. All right. I'll say that, don't worry, I'll say that like about Golden Crescent, about that Pakistan, Afghanistan, everything. That's what exactly said is right. I'll discuss those things, don't worry. All right. So border management, why these things, what is ceasefire, and all those things we're going to discuss under border management. And as a part of this one, like next we have the linkages of organized crime with terrorism. So the next topic is linkages organized crime and terrorism. Linkages of organized crime with terrorism. So here, what is organized crime like? Like examples, drug trafficking. What is drug trafficking? So what is relevant to golden triangle, golden crescent? All right. So drug trafficking, human trafficking. So what is the meaning of it? How organized crime is different from terrorism? What are the similarities? What are the differences? All those things we have to find out. All right. In terrorism also, you see terrorism we're going to study about the meaning, definition. All right. So you know what is UAPA Act? UAPA. UAPA stands for Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. All right. So if India, when we say like specific banned organizations, or LTT is a banned organization, NSCN is a banned organization. Fine, fine. That is what. So, so we have to learn about like this UAPA terrorism. All right. So, or related to how, what is the difference between terrorists, separatists, insurgents? All right. So those differences also we'll see that like state-sponsored terrorism, the types. All right. You have to follow NIA. You have to follow NIA, National Investigation Agency. NIA. If NIA is in news, that is relevant to you. Or if UAP is in news, that is relevant to you. Understand? So the issues of like the Northeast, like you have Khalistani issue, Kashmir separatism, as well as terrorism, and terrorism in the Northeast also. We'll see the differences, like why few organizations are termed to be terrorists, whereas few other not. Is every terrorist organization are a terrorist? All those things, sorry, every extremist organization is a terrorist. So we'll find out those things. All right. The last of the topic is security forces, various security forces and agencies, various security forces and agencies. All right. So, can you tell me some of the security forces which you know, which often appears in the newspapers? Okay, BSF, good. Okay, BSF. Okay, CRPF. Okay, RAW, IB. Okay, no, AFSPA is not an security force. That is okay. Coast Guard. Okay, ITBP. Shastra Seema Bal. Okay, NSG. CASF. Okay, a lot of things. Assam Rifles. All right. So recently, Assam Rifles is also news, right? And so we're going to learn about like, so what exactly, so who is responsible? To what extent state government is responsible? You know that like public, in the case of public order, for instance, It is the state government primarily responsible for the law and order. Like, what about the role of union government? All right. So, to what extent the state is responsible? To what extent union is responsible? And why do we have? Is it only Ministry of Defense? What about Ministry of Defense? What about Ministry of Home Affairs? This is also most important. So, with respect to internal affairs, it is internal security, which is Ministry of Home Affairs, which is more important. So, which organizations comes under what? All those things. All right. So, people have asked about CBI. Okay, so whether CBI is again related to internal security, we'll see all those things. So we're going to deal with all those things. What is NAT grid? What is um, these paramilitary? What is the difference between and central armed police forces versus paramilitary force? What is the meaning? What is how they are different from the military? All right. So all those things, and the most important of which is we are going to discuss about AFSPA. AFSPA, again, one of the most controversial laws India has ever enacted. So AFSPA, the Armed Forces Special Powers Act. Like, so why the people of Northeast, why the people of Kashmir, they don't want AFSPA to be implemented? Why, on the other hand, the armed forces, they want AFSPA to be in active? All right. And the recent issues like IBGs, you know what is IBGs? Integrated battle groups. All right. And the issue of CDS, you know what is CDS? All right. Fine. So these issues we have to follow. All right. So you have to follow these things, like why Assam Rifles is planned to be merged with ITBP, who supports it, who opposes it, all those issues. Fine. All right. So this is what we're going to learn for the next, you can say, next few, maybe, I guess it'll take another 1 or 2 months, right? Because since it's a weekend batch, like we have alternatively other classes also. Fine. So from the next 10 to 12 sessions, we're going to discuss these things. Fine. So please do decode by heart the syllabus, and whenever an article appears in the newspapers, and please do read the same. Fine. So this is with respect to the syllabus. Next, we'll go to the sources actually. All right. So now we'll go to the sources. All right, now we'll go to the sources. Okay, so right on the sources, what are the sources? Fine, as far as the sources are concerned, the first important source is the classroom notes. The first important sources, the classroom notes, where you will have the basics as well as the approach. The classroom notes that will provide you the basics as well as approach, what to study, how to study, and what not to study. All right, so those things will be able to probably get from the classroom notes. All right, and secondly, after the classroom notes, Shankar IAS Academy, there is a book called National Security. There is a book called National Security. All right, so this is a textbook which you have to get it. I guess that will be provided to you. So you have to study from that. Like, so whatever the things which are missed in the classroom, so that will be supplemented. All right. So that is compiled by a separate team. So you'll have an kind of a different perspective also, but it is relevant perspective. Understand? So the second is Shankar IAS Academy National Security book. So there are several textbooks available in the market, but they are not kind of, you can say, such standard textbooks, which is kind of, you can say, must read. There are a lot of textbooks But you can say, for instance, in geography, we people used to say like, okay, Goshtilang is there, like in polity has Lakshmikant, but it is here there are a lot of books, but it's all just compilation only. All right, so you can read if you want it, but I don't recommend specific anything. And thirdly, newspapers. Newspapers, it is the most important. It is the most important, and you need to make notes. You need to make notes out of newspapers. That is the reason why I have decoded the syllabus. Understand? So newspapers also, preferably whatever it is, the Hindu, Indian Express, or Times of India. So anything like, okay, fine. So whatever it is, and it can be even online sources also. It's up to you. But why preferably we say Hindu? Like, because it can improve your vocabulary also, a lot of things. And they'll criticize the government even though it is left leaning, but they gives a lot of suggestions. You can take it, and thereafter you can build up the answers also. And number four, like, because you see, mostly the newspapers, they'll give their opinion rather than the facts. They'll give the opinion. And if you want to know, go for the facts. Like, you can listen to All India Radio, All India Radio FM Gold channel. All right. So if you're unable to listen to that, like, there is website called as news on air.com or nic.in. So FM Gold channel, the frequency differs from a state to state, cities to cities. You can listen. There is news, morning news, midday news, as well as news at 9. In addition to that, there is programs like Spotlight every day 9:15 p.m. and there is current affairs program also. So you can listen to that weekly current affairs program. This is daily. In addition to that, if you have time, you can follow Rajya Sabha TV also. There is a specific program called Security Scan. All right. In addition to that, daily big picture programs, if it is relevant to that is also you can learn it. All right. And next you have online sources also. Websites like IDSA, IAS Parliament, they compile like IAS Parliament, they compile IDSA. All right. And you can again Civilspedia also, YouTube channel of our website, so of our academy. So these things you can follow. All right. So these are the sources out of which this is this one is the most important. These things are optional. These things are 4, 5, 6 are optional. Only if you wish to, you can, if you have time. But don't expand your reading. Don't expand your reading. Keep on reading. So if you study something, like, please do revise by hearted if it is required. But rest about, if you keep your sources maximum and your revision will be minimum, so that will, it's not a good idea. So rather than reading maximum, understand the issue. All right. So and then, like, keep on revising. Revising is the best way you can. It can be reflected in the answer sheets. Like, without revision, nothing is going to help you in the examination. Fine. So these are the sources. Like, any questions about the sources, people? Any questions about the sources, people? Any doubts related to the sources? Fine. Can we go ahead with the next one? Any other doubts with respect to sources? Can we go ahead to the next one? Okay, fine. So with respect to newspapers also, you see, and one important aspect you have to know is you need that ability to frame questions, the ability to frame the questions. So what is the meaning of this framing of questions? Means whenever you go through an article, you should be you should be able to study and you should be able to frame questions, meaning what, you should fit into the shoes of an examiner. Okay, so from this article, so the moment you know that this article is relevant to a specific topic under internal security, so you should be able to frame questions. Okay, from this article, if I am the examiner, what sort of questions would I frame? Understand? For instance, you see in this question they are asking the first statement. The first statement, what they're saying, India's proximity to two of the world's biggest illicit opium growing states has enhanced her internal security concerns. Look at this one. Look at this one. So in this article, they mentioned the same thing. Like India is located between two largest opium producing regions, that is Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle. So even here they are given India is vulnerable to the crime because it is located this one. You see, this article appeared because the then Home Minister was mentioning about these things, like how exactly drug trafficking is kind of problematic in India. And later on, same year, when they asked questions in the mains, they asked this thing, exact rip-off of that. You see, India's proximity to the two of the world's biggest illicit opium growing states. So exactly what? So what are these two states they mentioned? The two states which they have mentioned is, one is Golden Crescent, and one is Golden Triangle. All right, we'll discuss about that, like what exactly is Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle. All right. So basically, in this question is asked, like you have to mention those words which is in there, and you have to draw India's map, and then where it's Golden Triangle on the east and Golden Crescent on the west, like that is what. So the questions should be framed. Yes, that is related to OP protection only. We'll discuss that. All right. So you have to start framing questions. Okay, from this one, not just for internal security. It is good for any subject. It is good for any subject. You need to have this habit. All right, don't just like that read it. What is relevant? Don't by heart the facts. Please don't by heart the facts. Like, okay, so fine. So this is what this article is related to. How we can incorporate. How this is relevant to India. All right, with respect to administration, security, whatever it is. All right, this analysis should be there in your mind. So once you start doing that, everything, it will come on your way. Fine. This is what. So similarly here it is one more example, like, so here it is, you see the same year, the same question, solve it. So in the same year, the Prime Minister was saying that India is okay for one belt, one road, but it is, why it is against that? Because of it is affecting the sovereignty and integrity. All right. You know that like China-Pakistan economic corridor, the CPEC from Kashgar to Gwadar port. This is CPEC. This is passing through Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This CPEC, which is part of One Belt One Road, which is passing through Pakistan occupied Kashmir. All right. So you know that Kashmir is an integral part of India. So since it is passing through Kashmir, we are opposing that. So they should have asked our permission to build roads, right? So that is the reason why. So you see the questions they've asked. The questions they've asked directly. CPEC is a cardinal subset. Like why India has distanced. There are a lot of other reasons also related to internal security as well as economic aspects. But the most important reason is that you have to mention one, it is territorial integrity and sovereignty. Is it not? These two things they have mentioned there, is it not? This is how you have to prepare every year. Like I said, like newspapers are very important. Like from that, like there is a possibility from asking questions. So you should develop the ability of framing the questions. Understand now? Fine. This is what people. So the importance of newspapers, the significance of newspapers, how you have to read it. The next one, there is kind of overlapping. So next is there is a kind of overlapping between, you can say, bilateral and internal security. All right. So people do get confused when preparing also. People do get confused because in UPSC, you see, bilateral is in paper 2. This is in GS paper 2. This is in GS paper 3. So not much, but while in preparation, there is a kind of difference. While in answer writing, there is a difference. What is the difference is in the case of bilateral, you see bilateral, what are the components? It may be one, it is diplomatic, political relations, economic relations, cultural relations, military relations, security also, security or military. So with respect to bilateral, security is one of the component. Security is one of the component. But whereas in the case of internal security, all these issues should zero down to security. All these issues, for instance, like you see, we have seen China Pakistan economic order is basically what? An economic issue. But what they ask the question, how China Pakistan economic order is a kind of a strategic issue. Understand? So, whatever it may be, economic or political nature, so how that has an impact in the security. So, all these things, be it political relations, economic relations, or you can say diplomatic. So, we have to find out how that specific relationship has an impact on the security. Understand? This is what. So, overlapping is there, but the thing is that the way you have to prepare, the way you have to present the answers, you have to differ. It differs. Understand, people? Understood? All right. So, this is about the overlapping. Fine. So I said, like, see, you see this question, like, you see the moment, like, that is related to. So we have a topic related to terrorism. So this question, even though it is related to terrorism, so here it is also related to other things like cross-border terrorism. So we have this terrorism under internal security, but that doesn't mean that this is internal security. This is internal security question. This is bilateral question. Understand? So you should develop these differences. Fine. This is what. Any other questions you have, people? Any other questions you have? You need to ask to me. Any other questions you have? Can we go ahead, people? Any other questions you have? So you want the previous slide? Which one you wanted? Like the previous slide means like. So just a minute, like. This one, huh? All right. See, overlapping part, no? Okay, so few questions again, like, fine. In the case of overlapping part, I said, no, your focus, like how you have to focus is, I said in bilateral, there are a lot of components, economic components, political components, diplomatic things. But when you're preparing for internal security,
whatever this thing, if it has an impact on the security of India, you have to know that. But rest of it, it's not. You should be able to connect that. You should be able to connect that. Fine. So that is what. And so we'll come to Afghanistan. So we'll get to know that like whether Afghanistan shares a border today with India or not. What happened? We'll discuss into border management. Let it be. All right. Any other things you have? Any other doubts you have? So can we go to the next one? All right, fine. So we'll go ahead with the next one. That is okay. Now we'll go into the definition part. Like okay, so basic things like the definition part we'll see right now. And please don't write whatever it is appears in the PPT. Please like don't have that habit. Like the moment you see something on the screen, please don't copy it. Don't have that habit. Unless and until I say it's relevant to you, please don't do that. All right. The one thing like is bilateral only. The second question is also related to bilateral only. The second question is also related to bilateral only. Fine. Now, so with respect to definitions, now like now there is a lot of questions will be in your mind. So what I'm supposed to by heart it like so if there is a polity, I'd say that you have to do by heart few provisions, you have to by heart fundamental duties, or if it is geography, we can say that like you have to by heart few factual informations. But what about internal security? Internal security, it's more about analysis. So what are the things you have to by hearted basically? So we're going to deal with a lot of terminologies and other things. So for this, first of all, I'd like to tell you like the definitions part, you can write in your own words actually. It's not something like you have to by heart something unless and until I'll expressly say that like you have to by heart it, you need not. All right. So for which I'm going to give an example. You see since the topic is internal security or national security, we need to know that like the meaning of security, right? You see the meaning of security from dictionary, like it has different meanings: state of feeling safe and free from danger, all those things, fine. But the thing is that like since we have attached a word internal security or national security, you see how the definition changes, how the definition is kind of, you can say, kind of precisely we have to confine to a specific sphere. All right. See, for which like use right now this write this definition part. Please do write the definition part. Like I'll tell you like how to frame the definitions, like say the definitions. All right. So this definition is one of the hundreds of definition for national security. I've taken it from the net. All right. I've randomly chosen from the net. So it is not the one like which you should write only for national security. I said like it is one of the hundreds of definitions given in the net, but I've chosen one thing randomly, and I'll tell you why it is, how you can write it, and why you have to write it. Please do write it. So national security is the preservation of core values critical to the existence of nation state, critical to the nation state from internal and external challenges and threat. From internal and external challenges and threat. So what exactly how you are supposed to? I said like, so before the term mere security means it can have a lot of meaning. You speak about job security, you speak about energy security, you speak about food security. Security means like it's very open-ended question, very ambiguous. You can add a lot of things. You can it is a vast definition, right? But when you add a specific word, national security, so it basically means what? Like it basically means for an understanding what this person trying to say that like the concept called nation state or basically state. What are certain things which are essential for the existence of a state? So we speak about territory, We speak about population, speak about people. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Population, sovereignty. I'm sorry. And we speak about government, is it not? So these are some of the essentials for an existence of state. A state means, like we say, like India, you say, like for the sake of understanding, we solve head of the state, head of the government, who is the head of the state, who is the head of the government. You see, head of the state is president, head of the government we call prime minister, is it not? We say it's NDA 2 government, NDA 1 government, a BJP led government, Congress led government, UPA 1, UPA 2 government. All right. Whereas the state, like, so people used to say, like, government comes and goes, but the state remains so. So India remains, only the government keeps on changing it. Is it not? So fine, for the existence of India, you need to have a population territory, right? We have a defined territory. We have a significant number of population which is growing. And India has sovereignty on its own. India has a democratically elected government also. Is it not? Fine. So giving an example like this one, for instance, like India has some 3.24 lakh square kilometers. If any issue, say if Pakistan wants to take Kashmir, we call it as national security threat. Is it not? If China wants to take the Galwan Valley, control of Galwan Valley, we call it as a national security threat, because if our territory is at threat, that is a threat to the nation state of India. So that is a national security threat. Alright, that is coming from external. And what about population? So if you see, like in terrorist violence, another thing, if they kill Indians, if they kill Indian people within India, the insurgency or the terrorist people, we call it as a national security threat, right? Is it not? Because our population is affected. For population is affected means what? India is affected. Because population is a core value to the existence of nation state. All right. So not just with population within India, even if NRIs, you see there is civil war in Syria, civil war in Yemen, Libya, all these areas. Have you heard about Operation Rahat, where Indian Navy has sent its ship to rescue people from Yemen, Indians? So if an Indian residing abroad is affected because of a terrorist incident or any other violent activity, we consider to be a threat to us national security. We consider that to be a threat against national security. So not. So it is not within the territory of India, even outside the territory. If any Indians are affected, that is also a national security threat. Is it not? Fine, that is what. So because population forms part of it, and the other one is sovereignty. I give an example, CPEC, right? China Pakistan Economic Corridor. When it passes through Pakistan occupied Kashmir, that is a disputed area, we call it as it is against sovereignty. Is it not? What is the meaning of sovereignty? Sovereignty means you're supreme. Within our territory, we are supreme. All right. So no one can dictate us within our country what we should do. Is it not? So we are independent, we are sovereign also. But if someone does anything within our territory without permission, even though it is a disputed one, that is called as it is against sovereignty, right? So that is what basically. An example of government, you see, like Maoist, or you see Lashkar-e-Toiba people. They wanted to topple the government. They wanted to be part of government. They wanted to be the government basically. So if in India, like these people, they don't believe in the democratic process, but they involve in violence, armed rebellion to take control of the government, that is also a national security. Is it not? By taking away the government in an illegal manner, that is also amounts to what? A national security threat. Understand? This is what. So basically, what I mean to say is that from the definition, from the word itself, you can frame the answers. from the word. Okay, national security. Nation means, okay, so when does a nation get affected? A nation may be affected if it is, if the territory is affected, if the population is affected, if the sovereignty is affected, the government is affected. All right. If any of these values are very much critical to the existence of the state. If they are affected internally also, externally also, this is called as national security. Fine. You can write this in simpler words in your own understanding. There is no need to by heart anything. Whatever it is, you may find a lot of such definitions which is very much relevant also. You can write anything. There is nothing like you have to by heart this thing only. Understand? So you have come up to a situation that you have completed graduation. So don't expect the teachers also to spoon feed you, and also you want to be an IAS officer. You're going to govern a lot of people, control a lot of people. All right. So definitely you should have that ability. Understand? Please develop that. Similarly, one more thing, like please do write this also. So the definition of internal security. So instead of national security, if you put internal, civil war inside India is also a national security. Yes, you can say that, like that is also kind of affecting. See, both are interchangeably used. Both are interchangeably used, internal as well as national security. I said you can write anything, but for the sake of understanding convenience, I have said these things. So please do write it. I'll let you know that. So after writing, please do let me know. The definition of internal security. All right. Please do write this also. I'll again, I'll show this the previous slide. Don't worry. First finished off this one. Okay, if we completed. Wait for, have some patience, people. Like no, right from the first class only you won't know the difference, and even while it is in the slide only you want to know all those things. What is it in the, what is the difference and other things? Wait, have some patience. I will get to know the difference between insurgency and terrorists. All right, fine. Okay, fine. You see, this definition is like this definition, like whatever I have presented before you. This is nothing but a modified form of this version. This is nothing but a modified form of this version. You see, in this definition part. So what is the first one? Like you see this one, like internal security is a security against threat faced by a country within its borders. This one is the what component I have already made it. Caused by inner political turmoil or sponsored by an enemy country. This is the by whom component which I have mentioned. And causing insurgency and any other subversive acts. This is the how component, is it not? Just a minute, like. And here it is the target, it is the against whom component. And lastly, their intention is to create a destroy private establishment. This is what, this is the y component, this is the y component, is it not? So this is what basically is, this is what basically is. Now the thing I want to say is that you need not by heart it. So here is a definition in front of you. So internal security, okay, meaning internal means like within the borders, whatever the problems created within the borders. So who creates the security threat? The threat can come from internal or externally. It can be sponsored by a country also, like Pakistan. And how exactly they do create a threat? Through insurgency. It can be through terrorism. All right. And it can be through any other subversive violence activities. So what will be the target? How the security threat? What is the target? How do they create that security thing? By targeting innocent people. And why do they do that? Like, okay, fine. So it's why and again, like why component, how component is almost similar. Only can interchange that. So they do that basically to destroy private and public establishment. Fine. So the thing is that even though this is the definition given, you can take these components and you can put the y component first. You can bring in the what component later on, or you can put the whom component first, anything. So meaning is even if the definition is given, you're taking it from internet, you can rephrase it, you can write it in your own manner. Understand? Understand? That is what I'd like to say. So even if it is something like this one which you are referring from the, even if you are referring something from internet, all right, even if you are referring something from the internet, you can still make it, you can rephrase it, you can write it in your own simpler manner. So please do understand the definitions, write it. UPSC is not going to expect the things. See, if it is related to terrorism, we are going to study from Unlawful Activities Act. If it is about money laundering, the definition we are going to study from the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. If it is from the definition of organized crime, we are going to learn from Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act. The respective legislations will learn it. But rest apart, you can write anything, be it internal or national security. I said it is interchangeably used, not much of a difference. All right. So that is what you have to keep in mind. This is what about the definition of security. So how you have to study the definitions, how you have to present it. All right. Fine. Okay, we'll have a break. Okay, so this is what any other doubts you have. Like we'll just put it like so. We'll meet after a short break. We'll come by. Please come after 5 minutes. We'll have a short break for 5 minutes. All right. So we can resume after 5 minutes.
Welcome back, people. So one question, can internal states boundary issue can be classified as an internal security issue? All right. And yes, that can be, but that depends on it. That depends on the kind of extent, like, so what exactly, what is it related to? Whether that boundary issue has resulted in any sort of violence, actually, but that will be mostly, you can say, it depends on the nature and the intention behind it. All right. So if that is related to, maybe related to, that may fall under regionalism also. That may fall under regionalism also. That depends on the kind of activity who are involved in that. All right. So if there is any insider, like what is the motive behind it, or if it is outside people, like what is the motive behind it, that you should know. Fine. This is what. And now please write on this one. Please write on the threat sections. No, communal rights, it's not exactly communal rights. Since like we have this concept called communalism separately, all right. As far as the UPC preparation is concerned, that is not related here. All right. So communal rights. So that is also a security issue, but here it is with respect to UPSC, the community, the internal security aspect. Like we are not going to deal with that. That forms communalism as in society. Paper one. All right. These regionalism, communalism, it comes in paper one. All right. So please do write the threats as such. Have you completed? So please do let me know. All right. See, why these threats right now, like even before seeing a specific issue. So these threats you have to keep in mind. All right. So the threat may come from any of these domains. Like you see, traditionally you speaking, the domain and method is almost kind of same only. You see the threats actually. So few years back or few decades back, like you see the threat which is coming from land. You see like Pakistan is occupying some of India's territory. China is occupying a few of India's territory right now. We have Oxygen. All right. So they had occupied a few parts of Arunachal also, but they have retreated back. All right. So you see threats, they're coming from land perspective, number one. And secondly, from sea perspective. So what is from sea perspective means, like in this case, like in the case of like pirates, like the Somali pirates, piracy who call it. All right. So in the case of Somali pirates means you see like that is related to sea. All right. So the area is basically on the sea, like it's all in the sea maritime thing. And the third is about airspace. Airspace means in the space, like you see hijacking. Hijacking is one example. So piracy is one example where we speak about in the case of sea as a domain. In the case of air, it is about hijacking. All right, so that is about hijacking. And next is about outer space. Outer space means you see these days, like we have, what is Mission Shakti? What is Mission Shakti? And I guess what is Mission Shakti? What is ASAT? What is ASAT? Anti-satellites. All right. So what is the meaning of this anti-satellites? Means anti-satellites, they are used to hit these satellites, right? So in today's scenario, you don't need to go and fight physically in the borders, all right? So if you want to disturb the specific security system, you can hit the satellites, the communication satellites, to destroy them. All right.
So that is the reason why we had developed this A satellites. See, one more example I can give you. What about this outer space, other things? Like you see, during the time of Kargil war in 1999, like when India had a war with Pakistan with respect to Kargil, what happened? Like India was denied GPS. You know what is GPS, right? Global Positioning System. India denied permission to access GPS system, and that is where when India realized that India need to have a dedicated indigenous, you can say, navigation system, and that is the reason why today we have a system called NAVIC. You know, NAVIC, NAVIC. What is the meaning of NAVIC? NAVIC means navigation with Indian constellation. NAVIC stands for what? Navigation with Indian constellation. NAVIC. So we had sent a lot of satellites, 7 satellites, which is called as IRNSS, Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, IRNSS. So why do we have these things? Because I say like, so the communication satellites are more important for today's critical infrastructure. So India's infrastructure with respect to space, sorry, with respect to security or anything it may be, mostly it is relying on communication satellites, and that is the reason why we have developed ASAT, all those missions. Fine. So you have to think from that perspective also. Any specific issue, how they are incorporating, so whether the terrorists they are using it of India, what how they should use it. See, the technology you will study in science and technology. So here you have to study about how that can be incorporated. That's it. We are not going to study about missiles. We are not going to study about any such satellite missions. So that you'll study in science and technology. Here we are going to study how it is going to be applied only. And so, cyberspace and outer space, next to that, like cyberspace is also like the recent domains. All right, so that we'll study in cybersecurity, how computers are used in it. Fine. And with respect to traditional and non-traditional methods, you see, like traditionally we are using like the terrorists, the separatists, all right, all the non-state actors, where they were using tanks and other things, missiles and other things. But you see, in the non-traditional methods, bio warfare, chemical weapons, usage of biological weapons, chemical weapons, anthrax, and the recent example of like how COVID also can be treated as a bio warfare, bioterrorism component, all those things. Fine. So how these things are developed, how we are going to incorporate. So these are the things also we have to incorporate. So we are not going to study these things separately, but you have to make a note of it. Fine. So next is on the base of development. So what is on the base of development means, you see, like there are people on the grounds on which they fight is also different. What are the grounds on which they fight? See, for instance, these people, Naxal people, they fight on the lack of development. Naxal people, they fight on the base of development. And sovereign, what is the meaning of sovereign? Means like ISIS people, Islamic State, they want to establish a caliphate in Iraq and Syria. All right, so that is called a sovereignty. They want to create a separate state under their control. You can take the example of NSCN also. You can take the example of LTTE also. LTTE wanted a Tamil Elam. NSCN wants a Greater Nagaland. Fine, this is also. And about authority means people who don't want, who are not fighting on the grounds of development, who are not fighting on the grounds of a separate country, but they fight within the country also for some sort of authority. They want more powers, basically. Like example, Bodo people, the Bodo land, like a few organizations, don't say Bodo people, and few organizations like National Democratic Front of Bodo land, they want a separate Bodo land for their people. Fine. So these are some of the examples. And the state and non-state actors, we have already seen that, like so ISI is non-state actor, state actor, sorted. So the threat can be classified on the base of domain, on the base of method, on the base of grounds, on the base of players. So I would like to say this in the very beginning, because we are not going to deal with that separately in each of these problems, each of these security issues. So you have to keep these things in your mind. All right. So while writing answers, you have to keep, you can incorporate these elements in the answer sheets also. Fine. This is what. Okay. Any other doubts you have? Any other doubts you have? Yes, exactly. This Novichok is also one of the things. Novichok nerve agent, right? So that is also NOVACHOAK. All right. So that is also some of the non-traditional methods. Fine. So this is what. So this is what the basics of it. Now can we go into the topic? So what you want to know about SIMI means like Students Islamic Movement of India. Chandramohan, like you mentioned about SIMI, is that
Okay, so that is also an organization, right? So that is what like not required right now. Fine. So SIMI is a non-state actor. SIMI is an example for non-state actor, Students Islamic Movement of India. So that's also a banned organization. Fine. So this is what you have to know, the basics. And so we have given the introduction part and everything. So right now we'll start the topic. The topic, so we have to start today is, I said the most important topic is border management, right? So uh, just a minute, I'll share that PPT. Okay, so first of all, you other people you start drawing it, and I'll tell like what exactly the difference. I said traditional, non-traditional methods means the way they use attacking. For instance, traditionally they used to hide and attack, guerrilla warfare. You see, like they used to know the traditional methods. So initially it was cavalry, then they used all you see infantry and other things. But right now, being here, if I want to attack, say USA, I could do it through cyber things. Is it not? Cyber or through nuclear things or through biological weapons. That is what the fighting is different. The traditional methods of fighting and non-traditional methods of fighting. That's it. Have you understood now? So please do draw the diagram, please, people. Please do draw the diagrams. This diagram in front of you. So you can incorporate this diagram in a smaller version in an answer sheet, in your answer sheet. So please draw the border and jot down the kilometers also, length of the borders also. That will be helpful in inferring some interesting data. So first of all, to the topic, I'm sorry, I forgot to say the topic, right? Please write down the topic, I'm sorry. So please do write out of this, the syllabus. This is the topic we're going to see, that is security challenges in the management in border areas. This is the topic. So this is the topic which is the most important, and so for that reason, we'll spend most time in that. We'll have 3 sessions for this alone. So after going through this, we'll go through the previous year question papers after 3 sessions. So this is the topic, security challenges in management in border areas. So right now, start this one. So please do let me know. Yes, coastline include Andaman and Lakshadweep also. Have people completed? Please do let me know, guys, if you completed. If you completed, please do let me know. All right. So India has approximately 15,000 kilometers of land boundaries. All right. And similarly, all right. And similarly, like you have some 7,500 kilometer coastline also. Now it is very much important. You need to know certain basic definitions actually. So
right now you are supposed to learn some basic terminologies. We're going to learn about a lot of new terminologies, and for the time being, like you should know certain terminologies. All right. So to start with it, so for border management, I'll be using a lot of terms, some of the common terms. You need to know the definitions of those things. Just a minute, like I'll share that. Okay, so right now you have this OneNote app, right? Fine. Okay, so with respect to border management, I said like few terminologies you have to know that. Like to start with it, the first of the terms is what is the meaning of geopolitics? Please write down the meaning of geopolitics. The meaning of geopolitics. So geopolitics, write down. Geopolitics is the study of, it is the study of effects of geography, effects of geography on international politics, on international politics and international relations, and international relations. I repeat, geopolitics is a study of effects of geography on international politics and international relations. All right. So basically, what is the meaning? It is what your geography determines the political relations, the politics. All right. You see, there is geopolitics with respect to India and Nepal. There is geopolitics with respect to India and Nepal. Why? You see, Nepal is a landlocked country, is it not? Nepal is a landlocked country. So it does not have any coast. So in order to obtain the basic essentials like oil or any other essential products, or even for exporting thing, they have to rely on either India or China. But China is very far to access the coast, like so they have to rely on India. You see, mostly the kind of relationship between India and Nepal from Nepal perspective is geopolitics. So because of the geography, the political relation between India and Nepal is because of the geography. So that is one geopolitics for the understanding. I'll give you one more example also. Your relationship is based on geography. I'll give you one more example. Take the case of Syria and Myanmar. There is civil war both in Syria also, Myanmar also. In Syria, there is Syrian refugees, people of Syria. In the case of Myanmar, you have Rohingyas. All right. You have Kurds also, Kurdish people also in the case of Syria. But like right now, we focus on the Syrian people. You see, in the case of Syrian versus Rohingyas, comparatively, the Syrian refugees are taken by the Western European countries as well as countries like USA, UK, in compared to Rohingyas. So, in compared to Rohingyas, the Syrian refugees are taken and they have been provided asylum in the respective countries. Now, what could be the reason? One of the reason you can say that, okay, sir, Western Europe or Eastern Europe, they have geographic proximity. But apart from that, the one important issue is oil. One important issue why the world is so keen on Syrian and the affairs of the West Asia. Why has UN intervened in Libya? Why has UN intervened in Syria, Yemen? Why Saudi Arabia and other countries? Why Russia is keen on that? It's all because of oil. But why no one is the kind of interested in Rohingya issue? Why no other country come forwards and they kind of impose sanctions on Myanmar or for because of Rohingyas? What's happening to Rohingyas? Why? It's all because of geopolitics. It's all because of geopolitics only. So you see, compared to Syria, Myanmar is kind of a liability only. It's already very poor economy. Nothing is going to happen. Even if it is happen, nothing is going to, because they cannot be returned back also. All right. So Syrian refugees at one point of time they can be returned, but Rohingyas they can be fine. So that is what. So this is geopolitics. So the relationship, your activities, everything is related on geography. Geography determines it. This is called as geopolitics. Understand? The next one we are going to learn is about geostrategy. The second one we are going to learn is the concept called geostrategy. Write down what is geostrategy. Geostrategy is the application of tactical strategies towards the goal of asserting international political and economic interest towards the goal of asserting international political and economic interest. I repeat, geostrategy is the application of tactical strategies towards the goal of asserting international political and economic relations. All right. So it's basically what you're applying geography as a strategy. You're applying geography as a strategy. In internal security, we use this word so often. Maldives is in a geostrategic location. Siachen Glacier, that is an important geostrategic location. Why? Because you see, Siachen Glacier, whoever owns it. So whoever controls it, if it is India, it is advantage India. If it is Pakistan, it is advantage Pakistan. So that is in a geostrategic location, though that geography is very important in strategy. All right. So geostrategy is the application of tactical strategies towards the goal of asserting international political and economic interest. You must have seen that, like, take the case of Siliguri corridor, or it is called as Chicken's Neck. Siliguri corridor, whereas Siliguri corridor is in northeast. So China eyes that. Like, why? Because if that narrow Siliguri corridor is choked, then they can easily create an unrest in northeast. All right, so that is what. So this is what the Siliguri corridor. And one more example I can give it to you. Geostrategic location like Maldives. So Maldives and Sri Lanka, even though it is a small country, China is kind of trying to have a control. Like right now, it is not there, but a couple of years back, they tried to have a control. Why? Because it is lies in a very important sea lanes of communication. Sea lines or lanes, whatever it is, you can write it. It is a very important international sea lanes of communication. You see, majority of the world's trade, it is passing through that. An approximate 40 to 60% of the trade by volume, also by in terms of monetary, also it is passing through the Indian Ocean near to Maldives. And you know, China with respect to South China Sea also, why China is so much adamant, like it does not give up its claim on South China Sea? The reason is that like it is a very significant international sea lanes of communication. You see, take the cases of UK, France. In some cases, like they have very large islands also, small as well as large islands, very far from them. Is it not? Why do they have such islands? Because like the concept called EEZ, or which is called as continental shelf, which we'll study later on. All right. Yes, Falcon Islands also. One example is Falcon Islands. Good. So this is what. So this is what called as geostrategy. So geostrategy is a strategy based on geography. All right. And yes, Russia, Crimea also good. There are a lot of examples. Russia and Crimea, CRIMEA, Crimea issue also. Fine. These are a lot of examples are there. Like you can write it. So, but if you understand it, is fine. If you understand that is called as what? Geo strategy. Fine. The next one. Next one, please. Right. Okay. A lot of examples I'm getting it. No, all these things are relevant only. Good. Like if you understand it, it's fine. Fine. The next one. The next one. The next word terminology which you're going to learn is insurgency. The next terminology is insurgency. Right on. Insurgency is a violent attempt. It is a violent attempt to take control of a government. To take control of a government. I repeat, insurgency is a violent attempt to take control of a government. You see, in India, we call it as, I've given already the examples, right? Maoist insurgency, Northeast insurgency. Now, what is the meaning? Why they are called as insurgents? Because these people, you see, CPI Maoist, there is a party called CPI Maoist. These people, they wanted a separate thing. Sometimes, like I said here, the example of NSCN. They wanted a separate state. Sometimes even like a CPI, the Maoists, they don't want a separate country or something like that. They wanted to govern the people, but they don't want elections. They don't want to contest elections. They don't believe in the democratic process, and that is the reason why they go for armed rebellion. For through armed rebellion, they wanted to control the government. They wanted to take control of the government. Fine, that is what. So these are called as insurgents. Basically, it is a violent way to take control of the government. Understand? It is a violent way to take control of the government. This is insurgency. Next is the word incursion. The next one is the word incursion. Right on. What is incursion? Incursion is a sudden attack. Incursion is a sudden attack or an act of going into a place especially across a border, I repeat, incursion is a sudden attack or an act of going into a place especially across a border, like you see, you might have heard the terms Chinese incursion or Pakistani incursion. So what is the meaning of it? So in this case, like here it is Pakistan. So here it is, you can say India, here it is China, right? So in Kashmir, like if at all, here it is line of control. We'll discuss about what is line of control and all. So it happens Chinese in Galwan Valley, that is incursion only. So basically means what? China is crossing India's border. So army of a country, if they cross a border of another country, even without attack is also called as incursion. Incursion may or may not be without attack. Understand? So this is what basically the meaning of incursion. All right. This is what basically the meaning of incursion. All right. The Chinese incursion of Barahati also. Barahati is that is near to Uttarakhand. Like okay, that is also all right. Fine. The next one is the meaning of infiltration. The meaning of infiltration. Meaning of infiltration. So what is the meaning of infiltration? Right now, it is the process of secretly becoming part of a group in order to get information or to influence the way a group thinks or behaves. I repeat, infiltration is the process of secretly becoming part of a group in order to get information or to influence the way a group thinks or behaves. All right. So basically, you can say that it's basically brainwashing or spying. All right. So this terminology, like it's you can get this terminology most often used in the case of you see uh, Kashmir, like Kashmir. You see the words like they use the words like Kashmir, like the militants infiltration. So you see in Kashmir what happens like across the line of control, LOC. So here it is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Here it is Indian Kashmir. Don't write as Indian occupied Kashmir, that is technically wrong. All right. So now what happens? People move, and if there is a kind of protest in Kashmir Valley, so this is that there is a protest in Kashmir Valley, these Pakistani occupied Kashmir people or the militants of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, they become part of it, and then they kind of create troubles. They kind of create troubles. All right. So in the case of stone pelting, they used to say that, oh, you people, Kashmir people, are kind of not treated properly by the Indian government, by the Kashmiri government. So now you just throw stones against the army. So that is how, like, so they make the people feel that they're kind of discriminated, alienated. And the best example recently in the farmers' protest, I can give you. So this we expected from the beginning, like, okay, so there is this Khalistan. So in the case of farmers' protest, there is nothing wrong in any organization supporting the farmers. All right, so nothing wrong in that. But why in farmers' protest you see the people like they are kind of raising pro-Khalistani things? You see, as expected, they have kind of created ruckus in the thing also, remove the Indian national flag, and then they have put Khalistani things also. And we'll discuss about Khalistani later on in India, Pakistan. All right. So this is what like. So this is also an instances wherein like you can say infiltration. So infiltration of the Khalistani in the farmers' protest. You see now right now entire thing is diverted. So there are now there will going to be discussion on that. Like all right. So on Khalistani only. Why do they do that? Like all those things. Fine. This is what basically. So this is called as infiltration. So infiltration not done normally by the by the army as such, the Chinese army or the Pakistan army, but it is done by the militants as well as other people, mostly by the separatists and the militants. Fine. These are the differences. Have you understood the differences, people? Have you understood the differences and the terminologies? Geostrategy, politics, insurgency, incursion, infiltration. Can we go ahead? Fine. So, because why did I say that? Like, these are the terminologies we keep on repeating often in the border management. That is the reason why I asked you to write it. Fine. Now, so this is fine. The terminology is fine. Okay. So you want the definition of geopolitics, actually. So geopolitics definition means like, please write down. I'll repeat. Geopolitics is the study of effects of geography on international politics and international relations. Effects of geography on international politics and international relations. Okay, fine. Now, yes, example is Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. These organizations are involved in infiltration. Exactly. Fine. Now, so before going to see, we are going to deal with, I said, no, as I said already, we are going to deal border management with each of the countries, Indo-Pakistan border management, Indo-Myanmar border management, Indo-Nepal border management, everything we are going to see. But before that, you need to know the pattern. So how exactly, why exactly, how there can be threat in the borders? People do think that like only the Pakistani army can create a problem. People think that only war is a problem in the borders. But beyond that, there are a lot of things. See, if you look into the pattern, general pattern, if you look into that. So before speaking into see the issues, like generally what sort of issues like normally they face. Number one is the movement of people from one country to another country. The movement of people from one country. People move from this place to this place. See, for instance, example, like I'll give you the example of say Bangladesh and India. So people move from Bangladeshi people move from Bangladesh towards India, and that is if it is they legally moving with the proper documents, that is not a problem. But that is a problem. The word is called as trans-border illegal migration. Why it is called as trans-border? Because it is crossing the border. Why it is called as illegal migration means people are moving
for want of jobs, better opportunities, without proper documents. We'll deal with this illegal migration factor in the Indo-Bangladesh thing. Don't worry about that. But basically, migration means, for instance, like I went to Delhi to do my PG because I thought like I have better, best of the educational opportunities there in Delhi. All right. So I went to Chennai to study also. So these are things like wherein people migrate. People do migrate within domestically, it is allowed because in India we have the right to move freely also. But if you are going to other country, you need to have proper documents, right? If you don't have proper documents, if you are staying beyond the prescribed period also, it is called as what? Illegal migration. So here it is where there is actual movement of people which is creating trouble. The best example is, I said, Bangladesh. Understand? The next one, where there is, we are not going to speak about movement of people, but the movement of organizations. The movement of organizations or separatists or all those people. I'll give an example right now. For instance, in India, this is Myanmar. So there is an organization called NSCN, right? You see, there is an organization called NSCN. K stands for Kaplang faction. They also demand for a separate. Nagalim. All right. So what they do in the year 2015, they attack Indian Army. All right, in a place called Chandel in Manipur. They attack Indian Army. After which they go and hide in their camps in Myanmar. The camps are located in Myanmar. So in this case, Myanmar government did not provide anything. Actually, the moment like they why NSCN went into Myanmar, because of the geography. We'll study that the geography facilitates that, such a movement. So in this case, Myanmar is used as what? As a safe haven. What is the meaning of safe haven? A safe place for the people to live in. So here it is a safe place for the separatist. Here it is the safe place for the separatists. All right, I can give you one more example. So for instance, in the case of India and say Pakistan, you know who is responsible for Pulwama attack? Who is responsible for Pulwama attack? Good. Jaish-e-Mohammed. All right. So what Jaish-e-Mohammed people they do? All right. So in this case, it was a terrorist attack actually. So it was a suicide attack. It was called as Fidain actually. All right. It was called as a Fidain. But you see, where is the camp actually? Where is the camp? You know where is the camp of this thing is located? Jaish-e-Mohammed is located. It is located in Pakistan, right? It is in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir. Also, sometimes within the Pakistan also. All right. So the places like Balakot. All right. So that is what Jaish-e-Mohammed, they are operating from Pakistan. They used to come to India and then they used to attack and they used to go back. So in this case, what is Pakistan is a safe haven. Pakistan is in safe haven. All right. Kairan sector also. Fine. No, what you are saying, I'm not getting. But government will not provide proper security means what? I'm not getting it. Okay, so you want the government to provide proper security to Pulwama. All right, fine. So that is what the best example is something like how Afghanistan is used as a safe haven for Osama bin Laden. You see, Osama bin Laden was from Saudi Arabia. All right. So this is what happened. Osama bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia. Like no, he was using Afghan as a safe haven. So this is what basically safe haven means, a safe place for them, the terrorists, safe haven for the terrorists. All right. So India's neighbors in the borders, they are used as a safe haven. This is problem number 2. And the problem number 3 is, this is 2 things we have seen. And the problem number 3 is that where there is no movement of people, where there is no movement of organizations, but in fact creates a little trouble. For instance, take the case of, say, India and Sri Lanka. You see, Sri Lanka, there was a war between LTT and the Sri Lankan government. In that civil war, so I said like it was till 2009 actually, it stopped, it ended in 2009 actually. But during that time, at that point of time, so there was basically a spillover effect. What is the meaning of spillover effect? So we in India, we were divided on the opinions, whether you should support LTTE, whether you should support the Sri Lankan government, whether you should support LTTE, not just LTTE, even the Sri Lankan Tamils, or should we go for a kind of an diplomatic processes, moderate, all right. So all those discussions were there, or whether should we intervene in that, whether we should intervene in that, like maybe it is internal affairs of Sri Lanka. All right. So all those things, whether we should support the cause of Tamil Eelam, if we support that, like then what about Kashmir? All those things were there in the mind. Now that is what it is called as a spillover effect. A spillover effect is something there need not be, even though there can be, there need not be an actual movement of people, there need not be actual movement of organization. Without the actual movement of organization, without the actual movement of the people, there is a possibility that it might result in spillover effect. What is a spillover effect? It might result in a spillover effect. So without the actual movement of people, now we are divided. That is a kind of security issue. You see, LTT is a banned organization. So people supporting the cause of ELM is very different from people supporting the LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Nadu. All right. So spillover effect means like we were divided. Okay, so people used to say that, okay, you are supporting because, oh, you're a Tamilian, that is the reason we are supporting it. So take the case of Rohingyas also. If you support the Rohingyas, okay, maybe you're from West Bengal, that is the reason why you're supporting it. So you're a Muslim, that is the reason you're supporting it. So these sort of stereotyping happens, right? We are divided right now on the basis of religion, on the basis of ethnicity. Is it not? So this is what happens. So these are the general issues we are facing, because in the case of border management, these are the general issues we are going to discuss in the case of border management. Understood now? I said there is possible movement of people to people, which is called as illegal migration. And secondly, organizations use these borders in the neighboring safe havens. And without movement also, there can be spillover effect directly or indirectly. Spillover effect means like because of something happening there, there can be direct impact, there can be an indirect impact. You see people supporting the cause of ethnic Tamils, or specifically the cause of LTTE, and people not supporting it. Fine. So these are the general terminologies you have to keep in mind. Understand? Now, one more thing, right from the beginning, like I used to say that like people do get confused. Like, so I would like to say, mention this also. People need to know the differences between a refugee and a migrant. Is it the same thing? Like, so can you keep an illegal Bangladeshi migrant on the same plane that with respect of Rohingyas?
the Rohingya refugees? Can you treat both the people as the same thing? No, when people speak about deporting the illegal migrants, people do get again very much emotional. So what would happen to them, like if they kind of deported and other things? So the basic differences you have to know that. The basic differences you have to know that, like, so migration, it is voluntary in nature. Migration is voluntary in nature. This is involuntary, meaning what? They did not opt for the moment. This is voluntary moment, this is involuntary moment. And the reasons why they go for it is for better opportunities. For better opportunities, be it job, economic opportunities, standard of living. You see, people migrate from India towards USA also because of better opportunities. You see, a lot of people have settled there. Is it not? That is not something wrong. So when it is something wrong, they go without illegal documents. Can we go to USA or other countries illegally? Of course, there are instances. Exceptions are not a rule. People keep in mind. There are people who are going illegally. But thing is that, but it is not. They can't stay for a long time. Once the law enforcement authorities find out, it's very difficult. All right. So these for better opportunities, basically for social, economic things. But what about Rohingya refugees? Whenever I mean about refugees are those persons, when I call it as involuntary, there is a fear of persecution. There is a fear of persecution. What is the fear of persecution? They have it. They have a possibility of being killed. All right. There is a possibility of being killed on the reasons. There is a possibility of being killed on the grounds. What are the grounds on which they can be killed? The grounds may be of number one, race. They belong to a particular race. They belong to a particular religion. They belong to a particular nationality. Or else they belong to a particular social group. Or they belong to a member of a political opinion. All right. So if there is a fear, like, so Rohingyas, like they said, like, okay, Rohingyas, you don't belong here, you belong to Bangladesh, you don't belong here. So they're made stateless. So they don't have any other option. That is the reason why they're coming out of Myanmar. The case of Syria, because of the war. All right. So because in Syria, why it is because of like it's between the Shia versus Sunni Muslims. Like we'll see that. All right. Fine. That is what. So there is a difference. There is a difference between these two things, like Rohingyas versus the illegal migrants. All right. All right. So we had like refugees. We had refugees from Bangladesh. We had refugees from Pakistan at the time of independence. We had refugees from Sri Lanka also. We have refugees from Tibet also. So we have taken refugees from all these people. From Pakistan at the time of independence, the Tibetan in the year 1960s. We have Sri Lankan refugees. We have Bangladeshi refugees. All right. Fine. So it does not keep like, and again, few questions have been posed like related to Rohingyas. Like Rohingyas, there is a threat to the country and all because of there is a possible terrorist infusion and infiltration. Yes, that is fine, but I'm saying that it's not that every Rohingya is a kind of like there is a possible threat and all. All right, but the thing is that it is not wise to equate an illegal migrant with Rohingyas. See, if you keep both the people, like if you find an illegal migrant and then Rohingya refugees, any person who deserves an humanitarian assistance is a refugee, is not a migrant. All right. So migrant has an opportunity to go back. All right, but refugees, it's not possible to go back. Understand that is what. So please do get to know the differences. But this is normally it is you see media and other people, they don't wish to say the differences. Actually, you see this is kind of not discussed anywhere also. Mostly like they used to, just a minute, So mostly what they used to they used to discuss about the emotions only. They used to invoke again the religion aspect and other things only. All right. So that is what. So you have to know these things, the differences, basic differences between uh, migrants and refugees, and we'll study more detail about migrants in the case of Indo-Bangladesh border. All right. So right now, if there is any questions, like you can raise the questions, like so after which like other people can go for a break and we can resume after. So normally you are given half an hour thing, right? All right. Okay, fine. Fine. So one question is like Chandramohan, like, sir, I'm having a doubt. Why did the Myanmar government and the army sheltering? Please don't think that I mentioned very clearly, safe haven. It is not provided safe haven by the government. It may or may not be. So in the case of Pakistan, there is a possibility. In the case of Myanmar, it is not provided by the government. All right. In the case of Myanmar, it is not. Fine. And half an hour break. Okay, we'll meet by 5 o'clock. Okay. And infiltration, I'll come back. See, infiltration means brainwashing. I said the best example is how the farmers' protests are hijacked by Khalistani. So the main thing is about farmers' protests. Like they're against the farming laws actually. But in that, these people, the Khalistani, the pro Khalistani group, they come in and they hijack that. The same thing happens. So becoming a part of a group, and then they used to change that. Like, see, I said like how people coming from Pakistan occupied Kashmir through Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they used to come towards Kashmir, and they used to incite the violence. You must have seen in movies, right? So there'll be a kind of peaceful protest. In that peaceful protest, people do come in and then throw the stones, and then they make the feel that, okay, fine, so enough is enough. You're kind of treated as second-grade citizens. Go out and fight. Only then you get the justice. Fine. These sort of things. That is what called as infiltration. Hope you understood that. Fine. One more question. Would this insurgents or refugees or illegal migrants? No, insurgents are not refugees. Insurgents are not illegal migrants. They are within the country. They are not moving from one part to another part. Insurgents are within the country who basically want to overthrow that. Illegal migrants also can become an insurgent. Refugees also can become an insurgent, meaning anyone who tries to overthrow the government through violence. That is insurgent. Understood? All right. Even Myanmar will have troops maintaining their border. Like, why did they return back? Okay, the thing is that, like, see, Myanmar has its own headache actually. Myanmar is having a civil war. Myanmar is having the other issues, east, west, everything. They have the issues. They have economy to take care and everything. We'll discuss that also. We'll discuss that also. But we are having a good relation. Don't worry about that. Like, we'll discuss that. All right. So was Sterlite protest and infiltrated one to an extent also? Yes, and that is the reason why, like you see, most of the in the case of thing like those where there is no leadership. All right. So if it is a protest where there is a presence of leader, that is not an issue. You see, most of these cases, be it in the case of the Sterlite protest in Tamil Nadu, also the recent farmers protest or Jallikottu protest, you see, like when there is like people are kind of starting it. So when we say that the students started it, the farmers started it, and other things. But you see, it's ultimately hijacked by the miscreants. You see, in the case of Sterlite protest also, you see the firing is wrong. But before that, like when you discuss about that, like you see a group of people vandalizing the public properties. You see that happened the same thing in the case of Delhi also. All right, so this so happens. Uh, but unfortunately, that's what like you have to again put the blame on the law and order situation also. All right, I mean, what did the government did? What about the intelligence also? Fine. Sir, would the illegal migrants be considered as insurgents only if they involve in taking control of the government? Exactly. Anyone can be an insurgent. Like even if I decide that like okay, I want to overthrow the government, I want to take control of the Tamil Nadu government by creating an organization. That is also I am an insurgent. Like so, insurgent can be anywhere. Like, illegal migrants, if they at one point of time like so they think that okay, fine, they are going to deport me. Now I'll again wage war against the state government of Assam or the country of the union government. That is also insurgency. Understood? Okay, fine. Any other doubts? Like, so we'll meet by 5 o'clock. All right. I hope people you enjoy the class. Like, so we'll meet after the half an hour break. All right. So, bye. Yeah.
Welcome back, people. So please draw the diagram, the map in front of you. So we are going to discuss right now border management in India-Pakistan border. All right. So first draw the map and then do let me know. Then we'll enter formally into please do draw the diagram. And once you complete it, please let me know. What about other people? Have you completed? If you completed, please let me know. Draw India-Pakistan border. So a little bit of Afghanistan border, right? That 108 kilometers. And then comes Saksham Valley, the territory ceded by Pakistan to China. Then that undefined boundary, also just make a note of it. I'll explain those things. Then accession area, LAC, LOC, working boundary. All right. So have everyone completed? Can I go ahead? Okay, fine. So if not, we can maybe I'll just give you time again. Fine. So now this border management we're going to discuss from 5 factors so India, India with respect to borders with respect to Pakistan or any other country. So we're going to discuss from these 5 factors. All right. So meaning which first you write down. So the border management we're going to study from these 5 factors perspective. So what exactly is the geography? Just write what exactly is the geography between India and Pakistan? What exactly is the geography between India and Nepal, India and Myanmar? So what about the historical evolution of the borders? What about the legal status of borders? Have we demarcated it? Have we delineated it? All right. So is there any agreement like through which we have solved it? All right. Or is it is still a dispute? All right. That is. And the third one is the cross-border socio-economic ethnic transactions. Cross-border socio-economic ethnic transactions meaning what like so have you opened up the borders for trade? What is there any linkages? Is there any ethnic linkages like Khalistan and like the case of in the case of northeast like that is the Nagas. And what about the political and economic situation of the country, the border country, neighboring country? All right. So what about the crime pattern? What about drug trafficking, human trafficking, cattle smuggling, arms smuggling, fake Indian casinos? What sort of things happens? Which pattern from India towards a specific country or a specific country towards India? And this is how you are supposed to learn these things. Fine. So if you have completed the factors, please do let me know. So for each and every country, we are going to study from these 5 perspectives, 5 factors. We are going to choose one country, and on the one country, we're going to see the border management under these 5 headings. We're going to see the border management under these 5 headings. Understand? Fine. The geography, the historical evolution of borders, socioeconomic ethnic transactions, economic and political situation, and the crime pattern. So everyone, have you completed? Fine. Okay. Now, now we'll start with India, Pakistan. So we have drawn the map. Like, so I'll just whenever it is required, like at the end or in the middle, like I'll show the map. Don't worry. All right. Now we'll start with that. Okay. So, all right. Now India, Pakistan border management. All right. So I said, what is the first factor we have to look it upon? Like the first factor is about the geography. So first things we have to look into the geography. So what exactly is the geography? For all these countries, we have to look into the geography. So for knowing the geography, you need to know the states, right? So what are the states which are bordering Pakistan? Tell me. So always say it in an order. Always say it in order. Don't go random. If it is say go from north to south, south to north, or east to west, west to east, or else like you can go from clockwise, anti-clockwise. Always fine. So you want to go from okay, fine. You go from oh, Gilgit Baltistan is not part of India, guys. Okay, okay. We'll start with Jammu and Kashmir. All right. First is Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, next is Punjab. Next is Rajasthan. See, mine like Himachal won't be part of it. Most people make a mistake that Himachal. All right, fine. Himachal is, so they're not. Please don't bring Azad Kashmir, Gilgit Baltistan, Northwest, the northern provinces. These are not part of it. It is part of Kashmir, integral Kashmir, but it is not right now under the control. All right, it is part of Pakistan occupied Kashmir. You look into what exactly uh, the kind of like geography is. Here in the case of yes, Jammu and Kashmir, it includes Ladakh also. All right. So that's what like in the case of these things, like, what exactly is the relief features? It's mostly mountains, is it not? Or hilly areas dotted with glaciers, is it not? And in the case of Punjab, you see it's majorly land of rivers and riverine plains made out of the deposit of rivers. And in the case of Rajasthan, it's about deserts. You find a lot of sand dunes phenomena like sand dunes shifting, deposition of sands. And in the case of Gujarat, it is salt marshes, creeks, mangroves, is it not? All right. You see Ran of Kutch. All right. Fine. So you find these things very much dotted with these features. All right. So basically saying that you see in the case of geography, all these areas, be it in the mountains, be it in the rivers, be it in the deserts, be it in the salt marshes, you see it is very difficult to guard the borders. So you can see the geography between India and Pakistan, it is a varied terrain. It is a different. So it is a different terrain means you have different sort of terrains. So which makes even a difficult terrain also, which makes a difficult terrain. Difficult terrain means what? So when we speak about fencing, so the very geography itself makes it difficult to manage the borders. All right. So the very geography itself makes difficult for guarding the borders. Understand? This is point number one. So I said like 5 factors you have to keep in mind. Out of the 5 factors, the first factor we have seen, that is a difficult terrain. All right, fine. The next one. This is point number one. And the second factor which we got to see is what? The history and the legal status of borders. Historical evolution, I mean, history and the legal status. So whether we have a demarcated border or not, whether there is any disputed area or not, this is what we're going to see. All right. So what about how many borders we have? Like we have only one border between Pakistan, but what are the names? Can you tell me the name between India and Pakistan? Okay, no mangroves in Indo-Pakistan border. No, there is. Fine. Okay. Okay. Vaga is a place now. See, Vaga is just a specific place in that. Like, don't think that. Okay, Radcliffe Line. Okay, rat lift line. Apart from that, LOC. Okay, now what is LOC? Fine. Okay, so LOC we have seen line of control. See, in fact, like there are three different set of names we have it. Okay, working boundary as mentioned in the map. See, basically, India and Pakistan, this 3,300 kilometers, like so some of which like it's not exactly like some of which is like the borders are carved within the Kashmir also. So basically, Indo-Pakistan border it has three different names because of three different legal things. Number one, it is international border. Number one, it is international border. And number two, it is line of control, which is called as what? Line of control. And number three, it is actual ground position line. Which is called as AGPL. All right. So we have three set of things. One is international border, line of control, and AGPL. And AGPL. You see the spanning of which is also different. The distance it is, here it is approximately 2,400 kilometers. Here it is approximately 740 kilometers. Here it is 110 kilometers in length. The distance, it is also differs. It also differs. All right. The next one which you have to keep in mind is the evolution also changes with respect to time. With respect to time, you see this was at the time of independence. This formed based on at the time of independence. This was, you say, demarcated in 1949. It was named as LOC in 1972. It was demarcated in 1949. It was demarcated in 1949, but it got its name, this LOC name, in 1972. This one, it came into existence in 1984. This came into existence in 1984. And with respect to the places, if you see, this starts from Gujarat till Jammu. On the banks of Chenab River, near the northern banks of Chenab River, that is called as Aknur sector, AKHNW or Aknur sector. And here LOC extends from Jammu till a place called NJ9842. NJ9842. Whereas AGPL starts from NJ9842 till a place called Indrakot. Till a place called Indrakot. Understand? So these are the differences. All right. So all those things, international border and everything, line of control in AGPL, it evolved in three different places.
three different time. All right. So all these things are there. So we'll see one by one what exactly these things are. All right. So first of all, we'll see that first I'll explain, then I'll show the map when it's required. All right, don't worry about that. First one, it is international border. First one is international border. What is the meaning of international border means? So I've given like international border starts from Gujarat till Jammu. International border means an border which is accepted and agreed by both India and Pakistan. And this border is recognized. This border is recognized by the international community also. This border is recognized by the international community, in the sense country also, organizations also. This border which starts from Gujarat till ends till Jammu. So why it is called as an international border means there is no dispute. There is no dispute. And this dispute, it is not there because it is agreed and it is also recognized. What is the meaning of recognized? See, along this Rajasthan, like near to Rajasthan and Pakistan border, if anyone wants to visit near to Rajasthan, like the Rajasthan border within India, they have to, the foreigners, they have to get the permission from India. On the other side, like they have to get the permission from Pakistan. So it's not an issue at all. Meaning what? This is not an issue at all. This is kind of settled. Most of this international border is, it is based on what is called as a Radcliffe line. What is called as Radcliffe line. Now we'll see the map and I'll show you that like what exactly these things are. All right, so Radcliffe line. So we'll show the map. You see, at the time of partition, once India was going to be divided based on religion. So there was one person, Cyril Radcliffe, he was appointed to bifurcate, basically to divide India into India and Pakistan. Pakistan included both West Pakistan as well as East Pakistan. And you can see these lines. This is Radcliffe line and this is a Radcliffe line. Sorry, just a minute. This is Radcliffe line and this is also Radcliffe line. But why Kashmir is left, why Junagadh and other things left, you see, India and Pakistan, when they were united, so mostly there are two set of things. One is the princely states and one is the British provinces. The British provinces in India. So Radcliffe, he was appointed only to bifurcate those British provinces. With respect to the princely states, they were given an opportunity either to join India or either to join with Pakistan. All right. So someone wanted to remain independent also. And that is where Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, like he kind of united, brought in almost some 500 plus princely states. The reason why he's called as Iron Man of India. All right. Now, this area is like, so in Rajasthan near to Gujarat, like you had a lot of princely states, like so few people like Junagadh, like and Hyderabad, they were kind of adamant they don't want to be joined with India, being like geographically within India, and that is where like we annexed. So we had sent forces, and even after conduction of referendum or plebiscite, like the rulers, they did not accept it. So that is where like we have annexed against the wishes of the I mean, these rulers were acting against the wishes of the people. So that is the reason we annexed it. All right. So there are a lot of operations. Yes, good Operation Polo and other things also there. But the thing is that that is not required. Like now, India has annexed Hyderabad, Junagadh, etc. Fine. But India never annexed Kashmir. See this Ratcliffe line, like he demarcated West Pakistan in that, like which in the map, and the East Pakistan, that is today's Bangladesh, also in the map. But he had left Kashmir as such. He had left Kashmir as such because Kashmir was not decided whether to go with India or Pakistan. Basically, they wanted to remain independent. They wanted to remain independent. Now, this is what happened when they wanted to remain independent. Now, the other thing happens. You see, this international boundary, I said, like it starts from Gujarat till it ends. I'll just show the map. It ends in this place. And this place from, you see the border, Punjab border till Jammu. This is sometimes called as working boundary for Pakistan. Pakistan, even though accepted it, sometimes they used to say that like this is also part of larger Jammu and Kashmir. So this is still disputed area. This is what sometimes Pakistan makes some flip flop. All right, this is basically, but saying that generally speaking, this is what working boundary exists only for Pakistan. People like, are you able to hear me? People saying that no audio. People able to hear me, right? Okay, fine. So please do check your audio, guys, like the one who is saying that. So this is working boundary means working boundary exists only for Pakistan. So saying that like even though they have accepted this, this is the disputed area, but what they are saying that even Jammu is also part of Jammu and Kashmir. So this is kind of disputed. Fine, that is what. So working boundary not given much importance. That is the reason why I haven't classified that. Understand? So now what happened? What happened? You see, in 1947, when Jammu and Kashmir wanted to remain independent, they did not. It was not agreed by Pakistan. Initially, they were agreed, but later on, what they did, they sent the people, the tribal people, to invade. All right. So there is the people called Pashtuns or Pathans. All right. So these Pashtuns or Pathans of the northwest provinces, they entered into Kashmir. They invaded Kashmir with the aid and support of Pakistani army. And what happened since they had kind of invaded? Now the Raja of Kashmir, that is Raja Hari Singh, he sought the help of India. He sought the help of India. So when India was kind of want to intervene, India said like if you want to intervene in your affairs, we need you to sign the instrument of accession. We need to sign the instrument of accession. So we cannot intervene in your affairs. We can help you by other terms, but if you want to intervene by military, we need to sign an instrument of accession. Meaning what? So Jammu and Kashmir is, if it is part of India only, we can help. So India signed such instrument of accession with respect to Pakistan. With respect to Kashmir. All right. So the instrument was signed in 26th October 1947. All right. So after which what happened? It became part of Indian dominion. So you know that like it is based on like later on arrangement was made under Article 370 also, but that is not related to here. But even when they joined, they said like no, they're not completely under the dominion. Like so, they will be given some sort of autonomy. So this will be provided. They will be provided some sort of autonomy. All right. Now since Kashmir is under the control of India, so we had formally sent military against the Pakistani aggression in Kashmir or Pakistani sponsored aggression in Kashmir. This is what happened. All right. Now later on, what happened? Later on, what happened? India went to UN Security Council. India went to UN Security Council saying that Pakistan is supporting the tribal invaders despite India having an instrument of accession. All right. So Kashmir has formally integrated with India, but despite that fact, Pakistan is still intervening in the affairs of Kashmir. That is what India went on to say. So now first of all, this led to what is called as the first Kashmir War. So it was in 1947, 48, we had the first Indo-Pak War, or you can say, or in Kashmir. All right. So when war was happening in, we went to UN Security Council. I said no, we went to UN Security Council. Later on, Pakistan also joined. Later on, Pakistan also went, and then they also gave a petition. So what UN Security Council did, so they said like, okay, fine. Since you have come to here, like you better stop the war. Stop the war. Both people, because it is the people who are affected. And they passed a resolution in 1948. They passed a resolution, a kind of, you can say, a law kind of thing. In that resolution, they said three things. What are the three things? So basically that resolution said like let the people of Kashmir decide. But how do the Kashmir people decide? Number one, Pakistani army has to withdraw. Pakistani army has to withdraw from Pakistan occupied Kashmir to the satisfaction of UN appointed body. And the second condition is India also has to withdraw. Indian army also has to withdraw, but partially. Why partially? Because they can have some of their troops to defend Pakistani aggression. Understand? Meaning what? India need not withdraw fully, completely. They have to partially withdraw because they have to defend the Pakistani aggression, and we also have the legal instrument of accession, right? So after which the third one will happen. That is plebiscite or referendum. So what is the meaning of plebiscite or referendum? So the people will decide. The people will decide
where they want to be, whether they want to be with Pakistan or whether they want to be with India or whether they want to be independent. Understand? Fine. So this will be decided like the UN appointed body, that will be called as what? UN Commission on India Pakistan. So this commission will overlook into the withdrawal, the plebiscite and other things. This is what exactly happened. Understand? So when the Kashmir war was happening, India went to UN Security Council to stop the war. Later on, Pakistan also joined that, contended that like that belonged to them. But there is a problem, and right now what they said, UN Security Council, you stop the war for the time being. All right. So you can have plebiscite, but for plebiscite, these conditions have to be followed. These conditions have to be followed. These are sequential in nature. These are sequential. Sequential means if one is kind of like, oh, if one has been implemented only, then you can go for two. In if two is implemented only, you can go for three. All right. So it's consequential as well as sequential. Like so, if only one, if only if Pakistan withdraws, then Indian Army has to withdraw. Only if Indian Army withdraws, then there can be a plebiscite referendum. So today, the reason why referendum is not held because first of all, Pakistan Army has to withdraw from Pakistan occupied Kashmir. All right, this is what. So this is what basically. So right now we are seeing the evolution of LOC. All right. So right now we are seeing the evolution of LOC. So which point you wanted to repeat, like a Radcliffe line? The Radcliffe line is the one like which demarcates. So Radcliffe line. So Radcliffe line kind of demarcates between India and Pakistan. So Radcliffe was appointed like basically on the basis of map, which is provided based off the census and the map. His job is not a cartographer. He's basically a lawyer. Like so, his job is to bifurcate based on the census. Whichever it is the Muslim population, that will be given to Pakistan. Whichever it is Hindu population and other things, like it will be given to India. Fine. This is what. So basically, when we speak about line of control, these things I have mentioned, right? LOC. All right. So all those things. So when India went to the war and all these things happened, so in 1949, after this resolution, like in 1949, this boundary is termed to be a ceasefire line. This boundary is termed to be a ceasefire line. All right. So what is the meaning of ceasefire line? It is a temporary. Okay, we'll stop the war till the time the people decide whether Kashmir belongs to you or Kashmir belongs to me or Kashmir belongs to independent. They want to be independent. This line where the people have invaded, right? That will be belonging to Kashmir, like under the control of Pakistan. That is the reason it is called as what? Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And we never call it as Indian occupied Kashmir because India has never occupied. Now you got to know the reason. All right. Now this ceasefire line in 1972, it is called as what? It is termed to be line of control. The naming is given, the same line only, but the naming is given in the Shimla Agreement. As per the Shimla Agreement between this Indira Gandhi, like so this name was given line of control. So what is the meaning of ceasefire line? Means it is just nothing but a temporary line. It is nothing but it is, you can say it is a temporary line or a de facto line. So basically what they have to maintain the status quo. So on that date, when India went to UN Security Council, this was the position of both India and Pakistani troops. That line is the de facto line. If it is de jure means by legally what is the line borders, we call it as de jure line. But here it is de facto means this is a line which is right now controlled. That is what it's called as a line of control. It is not a permanent thing. Understand? Understand this concept of LOC, how it came into picture? Now, the third one is actual ground position line. The third one is what? Actual ground position line. People, have you understood like how LOC came into picture? Now, status quo means maintaining the position. So maintaining the status. What is the position today? You have to maintain it. What is the position today? You have to maintain it. Now, the third one we're going to see is who demarcated ceasefire line. Ceasefire line is accepted. I said no, UN intervened it. UN intervened, and later after it is demarcated with the permission. Both, it is both India and Pakistan. So India were present, Indian authorities were present, Pakistani authorities were present, and everything happened. Understand? This is what. So okay, so even if you okay, you lost your connection. Okay, maybe I'll tell at the end actually, because I can't again repeat the whole of LOC right now. All right, so this is what basically when India went to UN Security Council, this was the position of Pakistani thing. All right, and this was the position of you can say India's thing, and that is the reason why this line was considered to be LOC. Understand now? And now the problem is with respect to this area. The problem is with respect to this area. This area which is undefined boundary. This area of undefined boundary. Now, why it is undefined boundary? Because these areas, it is uninhabitable. These areas are what? Uninhabitable. It is very difficult to live over these areas. It is basically comprised of what is called as Siachen Glacier. It's a very high altitude region, and the temperature ranges very negatively also, like ranges from like it dips sometimes as minus 40 degrees, 30 degrees and all right. Now, why it is an important aspect? Because the Siachen Glacier is known for a lot of mountains and peaks. All right, mountains and peaks. Like if someone wants to visit, say, a peak in, say, Siachen Glacier, so they have to get the permission, right? For instance, someone from UK wants to go for expedition. So you must have heard about this word mountain expedition, right? If they want to visit that, they have to get the permission, right? So where they have to get the permission, either they have to get the permission from China or India from Pakistan. But both Pakistan or India, like China is not in the scene, like both India and Pakistan, like they have never thought about it. But what happened in 1970s? In 1970s, in 1970s, like okay, every time like I should disable the annotation, it seems like I don't know why people do that. Please be careful, because like see, now everything is erased right now. Please do avoid, like please be careful when you're using annotations. All right, so now what happened, this undefined boundary, like no, Pakistan started issuing permits. Pakistan started issuing permits. So that is the reason why like Pakistan started claiming this undefined boundary, which is because of Siachen Glacier. Fine. So this is the part. This is the part I was mentioning about Siachen Glacier. Now we have to find out what is the significance of Siachen Glacier. All right. So we have to find out the significance of Siachen Glacier. Why India kind of made it under its occupation. So what exactly happened in 1984? So why it's important? Please write on these aspects. Please write on the strategic or tactical importance of Siachen Glacier.
If you have completed, please do let me know. Fine. So what is the strategic or tactical importance actually? So why both India and Pakistan they eye for no man's land? All right. So why no one is there? Like why it is there? Fine. So the first is the Saltora Ridge, which overlooks and allows the domination of entire area. So in this Siachen Glacier area, all right, I said no till this. I just take back to you this one. I said till this one, till this one, it is demarcated, but this is not demarcated. It is as such is this left actually. So now what exactly happened? Now what Pakistan wanted? So Pakistan wanted to extend this demarcation. Pakistan wanted to extend this line from here to Karakoram Pass. Basically, meaning what? They want Siachen Glacier. Whereas India, on the other hand, it said like, no, we want it. Like, what does India said that like we want to extend this line from NG 984 to Indira Call. Finally, like so both were eyeing for Siachen Glacier because Siachen Glacier is a strategic place. And now, why? What is the first reason is it allows and overlooks the domination of entire area. This is what. Look here. This is Saltora Range. This is Saltora Range. You see, you have Nubra River, you have Shayok River. All right. So last year they asked this one only about Siachen Glacier. They asked in films. All right. So this is what basically the presence of Siachen Glacier. Why Siachen Glacier is anyone who has the control of this Saltora range, they have an advantage. For instance, if Pakistan has control, they can see this area. They can overlook and see this area. Basically, they can attack this very important arterial road NH1. At the same time, if it is India, if they have a kind of control, they can overlook this area. They can overlook this area. Understand? So, meaning what? Whoever has the Saltora range or the ridges mean what? Like a kind of an elevated area. They have an advantage. All right, it gives a kind of bird's eye view of a strategic location. Point number one. And point number two, control of area prevents Pakistani and Chinese troops from linking up. Control of area prevents Pakistani and Chinese troops from linking up. So, what is the meaning of it? You see here, if Siachen Glacier is kind of independent, all right. So, even before that, definitely, like you see, already there is a link between Pakistan and China. Already a link between Pakistan and China. But this, in fact, like this being a strategic location, now if this belongs to Pakistan, now they can even link like this also. They can even link like this also. So this person combined with China, that will be more detrimental to India's interests. All right. So by Siachen Glacier under India's control right now, this has prevented the linking up. Understand? This has prevented the linking up with this region. Understood? This is point number two. And point number three is the possession strengthens India's claim in the case of eventual settlement of border. So the thing is that like no, we have left these portions, right? If we leave all these portions, if we leave all these, so this is kind of an we saw this is an undefined boundary, right? If we leave all these places like this one, all right, it won't be a good idea. So
we can later on claim like all these undefined areas and other things, like we can claim control and possession over it, simply meaning that like, so this undefined boundary, if we leave it to Pakistan, tomorrow we cannot claim any other undefined thing also. They'll keep on saying that along the lines of Siachen Glacier we need this also. Fine, this is what, these are the reasons why it is important. And this is the reason why by 1984 there was a war, small, not war, kind of clash between Indian and Pakistani army, and we had acquired this area. So not sorry, don't sorry, acquired is a wrong term. We had kind of taken control position in this area, and this is called as NJ9842 to Indira College is called as AGPL. Understand? So right now it is under the control, and that is the reason why it is called as actual ground position line. Had if there is an agreement, it will be called as a different things. There is no such arrangement right now. The ground position, the actual ground position line means like we are having a position of this one. That is the meaning. Understand? But you see, like most often, like you see, people speak about these things. You see, most often questions have been raised in the parliament that why can't we demilitarize? Why can't we demilitarize the zone? Why can't we demilitarize? Because the reason is, so we are spending more than 5 crores per day for maintaining the troops, and we have lost more than 1,000 soldiers actually. And why, despite losing so many soldiers, despite losing so much money, why can't we demilitarize? All right, fine. But the thing is that if we demilitarize, so that will be taken back by Pakistan. It is again very difficult to get back. You see, this area, it's known for a lot of natural hazards like blizzards, avalanches, and all those things. Fine. So that is the reason why, despite the you can say expenditure, despite the toll, a very huge human toll on precious lives of Indian soldiers, we still wanted to take control, militarize the zone. Understand? Understand? So this is about AGPL. So fine. So have you understood? Like, can we go on with the next concept? Fine. So next is the, so we have seen two factors. One is about the history. We have seen like how the borders between India and Pakistan evolved. Like, so how international boundary came into picture, line of control came into picture, and AGPL came into picture. All those things we have seen. Now we are going to see the socio-economic ethnic connections. The socio-economic ethnic connections. Fine. So we're going to see the socio-economic ethnic connections. So can we say freshwater access is also reason? Yeah, that is also obviously resources, glacier. That is also, glacier is also one of the important. Like, all right. The next one we're going to see is about the socio-economic ethnic transactions. Point number 3, factor number 3. In fact, what about the socio-economic and ethnic connections? So first we'll speak about the ethnic issues, ethnic connections we have it, and which first of all we are going to discuss about. There are two things. One is about Khalistan and one is about Balochistan. So we're going to discuss both the things. So we'll start with Khalistan first. So what is basically Khalistan? Khalistan is nothing but a demand for a separate country or a state for Sikhism, Sikh people. Right. It's a demand for separate country for Sikh people. But you see, there's a vast difference between the Punjabis. Don't think this is related to Punjabis alone. There is Punjab in Pakistan also. There is Punjab in India also. but there's a lot of differences, cultural differences, linguistic differences. You see, the majority of Punjabis, they follow Sikh religion, but they follow Islam. And even there is a lot of differences with the script also. They follow a different script and they follow a different script. You must have heard about this Gurumukhi script and all, right? So even though the name is Punjab, like it's geographically only land of 5 rivers, there is differences. One similarity is that like how Punjab in India is the most prosperous. Similarly, the Punjab in Pakistan is also the most prosperous of that region. All right. So, but there is a differences with respect to religion, language, and other things. All right. But you see, what is the link here? What is the link here? Whenever there is a protest, like even the recent protest with respect to Khalistan, you see it is backed by or supported by the Pakistani. All right. So I can give you a recent example of like this related to that. It is called as Kartarpur corridor. Now, what is Kartarpur corridor? Kartarpur corridor is a corridor which connects two gurudwaras, which connects two gurudwaras. I'll show in the map. Kartarpur corridor connects two gurudwaras. And this is what. So there are two gurudwaras. One there is in India, that is Dera Baba Nanak, and another is in Kartarpur. Kartarpur is a very significant place for the Guru Gobind Singh, sorry, Guru Nanak. All right. So basically, what this is an arrangement between India and Pakistan that a person from a Sikh pilgrim, he can travel from India to Kartarpur and then he can return back. So he can go and he can return back within the same day after visiting the shrine in Kartarpur. So there won't be any such visa restriction and other things. They'll be issuing a permit, you have to go and come back. So this is kind of facilitating a cultural relationship between India and Pakistan through Gurudwaras. Fine, this is what. Now, what is the issue here is? The issue here is that in the case of this Kartarpur corridor, in the case of Kartarpur corridor, it is, you see, there were the presence of Khalistani supporters. You see, Pakistan invited the Khalistani supporters in the inauguration. So we have a kind of fear, we have a genuine fear that this Kartarpur corridor could be used to revive the Khalistan. So Khalistan demand, it was very much at peak in 1980s, but right after 1980s it was subsided, it was controlled. But right now there is a possibility of revival, and that possibility is kind of again, you see, it is evident from the recent farmers protest, right? Fine, that is what. So this is what the connection we have it. And you see anywhere, if there is a protest in London, if there is a protest in Canada, if there is a protest in Australia, or any other countries, European countries, whatever it is, you see these Khalistani demand protesters are backed, they're supported by Pakistani. All right, so that is again, you can say Pakistani infiltration. Now, what is the reason why they're demanding a separate country? All right, so it's not about creation of separate state within India or outside it. I'm saying that it's not about state actually. When I say state means nation states, that is the reason why I put as a demand for a separate country. Already they have like Punjab, like you see, it's because of the religion only, language and religion. Fine. So this is basically what they want, a separate country. Fine, that is what like. So here, like there is a possible infiltration. This is the one connection. They are kind of so much concerned. You have to follow this one. This is about the Kartarpur corridor. And the second one we are going to discuss is about the Baluchi issue, the Baluchistan issue. So in the case of Balochistan issue, you see, this is what, even though Pakistan is Islamic, even though Pakistan is an Islamic republic, all right, you see this republic means head of the state is elected. All right, you see Pakistan prime minister elected, so all those people are elected president. All right, in this Islamic republic, they have a lot of ethnic groups. Within Islam, you have a lot of ethnic groups. So there is sectarian things also. There is ethnic groups also. Fine. So here it is. In the case of ethnic, you see this area. This area is for Baluchis. This area it is the Sindhis. Here it is Punjabis. All right. And here it is the group which I mentioned, like who invaded India. These the Pathans. All right. So even in Pakistan, there is a lot of ethnic war. You can say a civil war is happening in. Even a civil war is happening in. And that is the reason why you see there is a person called Kulbhushan Jadhav. This Kulbhushan Jadhav, he was arrested in Balochistan in the year 2016. As per the Pakistani, Kulbhushan Jadhav is as per Pakistani report, Kulbhushan Jadhav is a RAW agent. What is RAW? RAW stands for Research and Analysis Wing. Research and Analysis Wing. So Research and Analysis Wing carries out intelligence outside India, meaning external intelligence. All right. Fine. So again, few questions have been posed like, okay, is Kartarpur corridor is functioning, and why Pakistan is support Khalistan? Because if it succeeds, they would also see to land. I said like that is not like, even though they indirectly say that, but I said this is based on Sikhism. I even mentioned that no. So it is not based on, it is not based on the geography. It is more based on the religion, Sikhism, not based on the Punjabi. That is the reason why I've differentiated. And so isn't in the Khalistan movement a concern to Pakistan, not to India? I said like it's kind of concern to more to India only. It's concern more to India only because the movement has its base in that. So India is opposing, they are supporting it. All right. Ultimately, they are not going to lose the land. I said Sikhism, like there are not many Sikh people, like less than 2% or 1%. But here it is more than 90% of the total Sikhs. It's with us. All right, fine. That is what. And so Pakistan accuses him of a raw agent, but what India says that he is an ex naval officer who was working in and who was like resigned, and then he has gone back. So this is what. So meaning what, like how India accuses Pakistan of infiltration. Pakistan accuses of infiltration. So basically, what he said, like, so Kulbhushan Jadhav was appointed and sent by RAW basically to spy on it. All right, basically to spy on it. This is what. Fine. Now, the next one you have to know. This is the ethnic connections we have seen, and the next one you're supposed to know the what are the transactions. What are the economic transactions? What are the economic transactions? As far as the economic transactions are concerned, you see what is the economy. Have you opened up the economy or not? So we have to see whether we have opened up the economy. Whether we have opened up the economy. See, in this case, like so the economic, like so whether there is any trade. sorry, economic, whether any trade, something like that happens or not. You see, India and Pakistan, like we have opened up the bus services. All right, we had opened up Lahore, Delhi bus services, Srinagar, Muzaffarabad bus services, train services, Star Express, Samjhauta Express. All right, all those things. And along with that, like we have opened up the trade also. So especially apart from the integrated checkpost in the international border, we have opened up trade across line of control since 2008. Even though we have like international borders closed, it is fenced, we have trade points in integrated checkpost across the line of control, across the disputed area. We had opened up trade in 2008, but that was suspended. It was suspended in 2019. It was suspended in 2019. Why it was suspended? Because so basically they were kind of having, so they 4 days a week people from Indian Kashmir, they can go to Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Similarly, Pakistan occupied Kashmir can come to India for trade. I'm saying that is only for trade purposes. So they basically had what is called as an zero duty as well as a barter system. What is the meaning of zero duty? Means no customs duty. The people need not pay taxes to take it away or to get into Pakistan or to bring it to India also. It is basically barter system, only the exchange of goods. No use of money actually, because usage of money could be problematic. That is what the reason. But what happened, since the trade was misused, it was misused by the separatists. It was misused by the separatists. The problems cropped up. What are the problems? So basically, what the third party involved. So third party trade started flourishing. All right. So meaning what? The foreign products, the foreign products, it started to flood the market. This trade was basically between whom? I said like between the people of Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This is LOC and this is Indian Kashmir. So this is to facilitate the exchange of goods between these two people. All right, but what happened? Apart from these two people from Pakistan as well as two Indians Kashmir, third party people started involving in trade. So they thought this is the best route to bring it to India. They thought this is the best route to bring goods illegally because they need not pay taxes, right? That is the reason why. This is one of the reason. And the next one is, so it was used, this trade was used to funnel illegal weapons. All right. So this is basically called as what? Arms smuggling, or you can say gun running. Number one. In addition to that, narcotics and drugs, which is nothing but drug trafficking. All right. And also fake currencies, especially FICN. FICN forms what? Fake Indian currency note. Fake Indian currency note. And lastly, a lot of hawala started coming. So basically called as money laundering. All right, so we'll discuss about hawala and money laundering. Fine. So this is what?
So there were few trade facilitation centers. These trade facilitation centers, so one was in Salamabad, one was called as Chakandabag, all right. So this was in Baramulla district near to Uri, and this was in Poonch districts. So these were closed, these points, these trade facilitation centers across this line of control was closed actually. These were closed actually, fine. Understand? This is what? Fine. Because of this reason only, you see, mostly it is used as an important source of funding for separatists. The separatists, they involved in it, they made a lot of money, huge sum of money. So even though it's a barter system, they made a huge amount of money, and it has led to the closing of the trade. Understand? This led to the closing of trade. Fine. This is about it. And one thing I forgot, like you can have this one, you see. So who are the people who guards actually? Who are the people who are guarding this one? So we have seen like international border. We have seen about a line of control, actual ground position line, right? So who guards these border? Like you see, the international border is guarded by the international border. They're guarded by whom? They are guarded by BSF. They are guarded by BSF, and the next one is LOC. LOC is primarily by army. All right, it is primarily by army, and here it is also primarily by army, but they are kind of supported by other peoples also. Like so, in addition to that, they are also supported by the other central armed police forces. So ITBP, CRPF, BSF also. All right. So international border is by BSF, and the line of control in AGPL by army, along with that other people of the central armed police forces. Fine. This is what. All right. Fine. That's what like okay. So we'll have a break for 5 minutes and then we'll resume. All right. So before seeing the next things, like we'll see the other things. We'll have a break for 5 minutes and then we'll resume.
Which slide you wanted? Which slide? All right. So this concept called separatist, right? So who is a separatist means Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba people are called as separatists because they want to separate Kashmir from India, right? These people are called as separatists. All right. So okay, you want this economic transactions? Okay, find this part. Fine. So this is about the economic transactions, socio-economic and ethnic transactions. And next, we're going to see the political and economic situation of the country. Next, we're going to see the political and economic situation of the country. So I said why, the reason why we want to see that, like, because like, is there any movement of people and other things, we're going to see that. All right. So that is what, like, see MFN status, like I'm not going to deal with MFN status because that is part of bilateral and that you'll study in economics. So MFN status, I'm not going to discuss. Fine. So this MFN status was like suspended after the attack in Pulwama. Fine. Now, with respect to political and economic situation of the country, all right, with respect to economic and political situation of the country. So as far as the economy, you see the economy, it's very bad only. All right, but the thing is that it is really under a lot of debt. You see, like the country needed intervention of IMF, and similarly, you can look into FATF also. So why FATF? The link between FATF and IMF with respect to funding. All right. So IMF says that like only if you comply with FATF, Financial Action Task Force, then we'll be able to provide a bailout. All right. That is what. All right. That is what. And with respect to the political situation, I'm going to deal a terminology which is called as a deep state. All right. Fine. So I'm going to discuss about a concept called deep state. What does the meaning of deep state means? It can be any organization or agency or a body or institution which influences the decision making of the government. All right. So it can be any body, institution, or an agency which influences the decision making of the government. So whenever I speak about Pakistan deep state refers to two such things. One is the Pakistani military, that specifically it is Pakistani army. When I generally term military, means military includes all those things like army, navy, and air force. So it is the Pakistani army and the inter-services intelligence, ISI, inter-services intelligence. They both are kind of control the government in decision making. They directly, you can say, they indirectly control and run the government. All right. This is what. Understood? This is what the concept of deep state. So whenever we speak about Pakistan and deep state, is it like Pakistani military and they have the problem. All right.
And the next one is the crime pattern. Excuse me. And the next one is the crime pattern. So what does it mean of crime pattern? Means like we have already seen the reasons why the trade across line of control was closed. So you can write all those things: drug trafficking, arms trafficking, money laundering, all those things I've already mentioned. But whenever you speak about these things, drug trafficking, all right. So you have to mention about this concept called golden crescent. So what does golden crescent means? Golden crescent includes the countries, that is Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. All right. So golden crescent means countries comprised of Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and it is especially from Afghanistan. You have like you see the heroin derived from opium, heroin derived from opium poppy of Afghanistan. That is the most valued, one of the most valued in the world. All right, there's a lot of demand. And this draft trafficking, as I already said, it is a very important source of funding. That is a very important source of funding for the separatists. All right, fine. So apart from this drug trafficking, human trafficking, etc., it happens. And one more thing you have to mention about, like, so it doesn't fall under any of these things. Like, so three things, like in the borders, we have three set of problems, especially because of this one. So one is, I said, incursion is also there, infiltration is also there, and last thing, that is cross-border terrorism. Cross-border terrorism, which is also state sponsored. So because of Pakistan, in the Indo-Pakistan borders, we have three different set of issues. One is incursion, one is infiltration, one is cross-border terrorism or state-sponsored terrorism. I'll explain those things right now. All right. Now, see, look at the kind of look into the PPT right now. You see, this is a difference between, there is a difference between incursion and infiltration. You see this one. Here it is. There is a difference between infiltration and ceasefire violation. This is very much evident from here. Look here. This is a recent data taken from Press Information Bureau. This is a data which is presented by the Ministry of Home Affairs in the Parliament. All right. You see how it is being said, like, so infiltration, it is done by whom? Infiltration done by militants. Infiltration done by Pakistani militants. All right, as I already said, incursion is by army, infiltration is by militants. See one more example. So this is called as incursion. So instead of incursion, they call it as what? Ceasefire violation. So why they call it as a ceasefire? Because ceasefire means, so you have agreed upon this will be the border, right? You have agreed upon this will be a border. It may be a temporary, it may be permanent. See, permanent border is international border. Permanent border is international border. But in the case of ceasefire line, it is a temporary one. It is a temporary one. Here it is LOC. LOC is a temporary one, is it not?
That is also an agreement only, but it is kind of, you can say, temporary one. And the case is that, like, you see, ceasefire violations are done by whom? Done by Pakistan, not by Pakistani militants. They call it as Pakistan, means Pakistani army. It is done by whom? Pakistani army. Understand why it is called as a ceasefire violation means? So they have agreed like they won't fight in that area. This is your thing, this is my thing, this is temporary, this is permanent. But you are disagreeing with that, like you are kind of violating that agreement. That is the reason why it is called as what? Ceasefire violation. Now you understand the differences between ceasefire violation and infiltration. That is incursion and infiltration. So instead of incursion, they can say it as ceasefire violation. So in the case of infiltration, this may, infiltration by militants, this may or may not be, may or may not be supported by Pakistan. This may or may not be supported by Pakistan. Understand? Fine. This is what with respect to Indo-Pakistan. All right. So fine. So you see, like with respect to politics, like it shows certain pictures. You see, Pakistan is known for this political instability. All right, Pakistan is known for this political instability. All right, you see, during the times of Musharraf also, like you had like often you must have heard Pakistan has this military coup. Pakistan has what? Military coups. All right. So even during the times of at the time like when Nawaz Sharif recently also, and later on you see in the case of President Prime Minister Imran Khan also. So this shows that like you see Pakistani deep state. This kind of confirms the Pakistani deep state. All right. Understand? So this is something you have to know. You see, recently, it was almost in 40 years, like it was only the second time there is a transfer of power. Transfer of power from a civilian to another civilian. There is a transfer of power from civilian to another civilian. What is the meaning of it? Like, so you see, like whenever there is like a civilian government, democratic elected government, soon after there will be a kind of military coup. Soon after there will be a military coup. This is what. Fine. Understand? This is what happens. All right. So this is about the Pakistan deep state. Like, so you can even have a comparison between India and Pakistan. You see, between India and Pakistan, it is the scenario is that Pakistan like military controls the politicians, whereas in India it is the politicians controlling the military. All right, but you see like how Pakistan has gained such an dominance. It's not because of it. It's not because of. It's not in the constitution of Pakistan. It is not in the constitution of Pakistan. It is not because of any law which is conferring powers. No such laws conferring powers, but it has gained on its own. This power they have gained on its own. Fine. So what is the meaning of this gained on its own? Fine. So year after year, you see they had war between India. It was 1947. Then it is in 1965. Then 1971 Liberation War. Then 1999 Kargil War. So in all those things they were defeated. So defeat after defeat, like what they said, like the only way to counter India is to gaining military by gaining military power only. So that is how like these people they have gained the powers. All right, that is how they gained it. Fine. This is what. Understand? This is the differences you have to keep in mind. Now, Okay, so there are a few questions. How military per Pakistan? That's what, like, no, it is automatically done that, like. Then what is net infiltration? See, net infiltration is nothing but, you see, this is like this case, you see, net infiltration means like this is estimated means um, it's something like there might be possibility, that is something like infiltration attempts where it may not be true, like, all right, so they can be the attempted one, but the one which has succeeded, like, this can be found from the instances, maybe some protest instances, some other instances based on the intelligence. All right, so this is basically in this case, estimated net infiltration means out of this attempted, how many you can say successfully infiltrated. All right, so across the line of control, how many they have successfully crossed and then infiltrated. That is what the meaning is. All right. So in 1965, like it was again like, no, you know that, like Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, like, no. So it is also kind of like, even though we have suffered losses, like we have again controlled. Ultimately, who has got the victory? They were unable to take that right. So Pakistan attempted, but they were kind of thrown back. That is what. Why it is called as Golden Crescent? Yes, one of the reasons it is they are the kind of Islamic countries. We'll discuss about Golden Triangle also in the eastern part. All right, fine. That is one thing. And other questions. Why Pakistan destroyed its whole economy to acquire Kashmir? That you have to ask to Pakistan only. Fine. So I said most favored nation is something like giving a priority. All right. So that is giving a priority to a specific nation, actually, bringing down the non-tariff barriers and these tariff barriers. I said that you'll learn it from economics. Fine. That is the reason why. So what is Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan? That is a slogan that you will study in post-independence consolidation. So don't worry. Maybe if you have the history book, you can go through the history book, post-independence India, and there they have given those things. Please go through. That is very much required for, not for here, for post-independent consolidation. You can go through that. All right. So one more questions are, did you mean that incursion by separatists could be by pro-Khalistanis also? Yes, incursion by separatists could be pro-Khalistanis also, but mostly here, when I speak about in Kashmir, it is not Khalistani. In Kashmir, it is mostly Jaish-e-Mohammed. Here, I am mentioning about Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. Understand? This is what. And so this is what about, you can say, between India and Pakistan border management. So we'll see the solutions for each of these things at the last, actually. Fine. So can we go to the next one? Can we go to the next one? Okay, the next one is we are going to discuss, the next one we're going to discuss is Sri Lanka. Next one is India, Sri Lanka. So next one is India, Sri Lanka. Okay, next one is India, Sri Lanka. Please write down. All right. So India, Sri Lanka also we need to see few of the maps. Actually, you have to draw the map also. Just to tell you, open that. So again, few more questions like, so write down India, Sri Lanka and draw the map. So in the meantime, like I'll answer your questions. Sir, won't Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar come under terrorist under infiltration category? Yes, they are separatist turned militants turned terrorists only. I'll let you know the differences later on in the terrorism. So how exactly terrorists are different from other people. All right, we'll see that. Fine. So in the meantime, like you just draw the map between India and Sri Lanka. No need to write these things. So the marking in red, you no need to do that. This one, these things not required. The coordinates not required. Just for understanding, if you want it, like maybe for geographic perspective, you can, but rest of it not required. You no need to draw this contiguous zone. All right. No need to remember the map within India or these things not required. Just the map and the maritime boundary. Just write it down. So as usual, after completing, please do let me know. Just draw the map, mention the territorial waters, and the tri-junction between India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. So others, have you completed, guys?
All right. So, so what does it basically? You need to know some of the basic terminologies like territorial waters, internal waters. They have said it right. So I'm going to draw a diagram like for your understanding, and I'll show it to you. All right. So fine. So in Sri Lanka, like we have a maritime border, right? So basically, we'll start with the geography. So first of all, like I'll start with the geography. First of all, like geography, it is the first fact we have to look into the geography, right? So geographically, if you see Indo-Sri Lanka maritime, it is a maritime boundary. It is a maritime boundary. It is a maritime boundary. So for determining maritime boundary, you need to know certain basic things. All right. So this maritime boundary basically it starts from where?
it starts like, okay, just approximately I'm doing that, not exactly. So because here comes Sri Lanka, like this one, and here comes India. So it starts from Indian Ocean and Gulf of Mannar, Park Strait, and Bay of Bengal. All right. So it is basically like this one. So what is basically Park Strait? You see, strait is something. What is the meaning of strait? What is the meaning of strait? A strait is a narrow water body which connects two larger water bodies. All right. So this is kind of Park Strait which connects Gulf of Mannar and Indian Ocean with Bay of Bengal. All right. So don't say it's a land. All right. It's between. It is kind of connecting two larger separates two larger bodies. Sorry, saying can say it connects two larger water bodies. All right. Now, in this case, like there are certain things you have to know. That is, first of all, so this is called as a baseline. This is called as a baseline. What does the meaning of baseline means? Baseline, you can see it is a shore. It is a shoreline. All right. Now, see for instance, if there is a river running through it, if there is a river running through it, all right. So this part will be called as internal waters. This part will be called as what? Internal waters. All right. Now from the shoreline, from the baseline or from the shoreline as it is, from this point till 12 nautical miles, this is called as territorial waters. This is called as what? Territorial waters. And from 12 to 200, it is called as exclusive economic zone. EEZ. All right. And from this beyond 200, so this beyond 200, it is called as open seas. This is this region, no? This is called as what? Open waters or high seas. It is called as what? This is beyond 200 nautical miles. This is beyond 200 nautical miles. This is called as open waters, or it is also called as high seas. This is, I said, like beyond 200 nautical miles. There is something called contiguous zone also between 12 to 24. I said that is not required. Contiguous zone, contented shelf, it is not required for you. Maybe if you are a law student, like I would take it, but that is not required to you. All right. Now, here in this open waters, if you look into first of all how this maritime boundaries, it's maritime boundaries. You see here, like okay, we'll see the maritime boundaries at in the coastal things, or else better we'll see right now because like we have already started the land boundaries. Who is guarding whom, right? So in the case of territorial waters, they are primarily they're guarded by this region is guarded by from here to here. They are guarded by, you see, the state marine police, or they are called as coastal police. Along with that, the Indian Coast Guard. All right. And this portion, the next portion, this is guarded by Indian Coast Guard, ICGs. Indian Coast Guard, that is ICGs. And the next one is this region, last of the region. This is by endlessly, you can see it is the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy. All right. So it doesn't mean that Indian Navy should not come into these things. All right. It does not mean that Indian Navy should not come into these things. All right. So this is what basically, and this internal waters, I said, it is already exclusively under the control of. It is exclusively under the control of the respective country. All right. So this is how it is. Now, why are we discussing this much in detail? You need to know basics. Like it can be like they, I guess you must have studied this thing in by international organizations. I guess so. All right. So why it is so much important here? It is. Coming back, like I'll show the map. Like, have you completed? Can I change it? Can I change this one? Fine. Now, why you are supposed to know this one? Because you see, in the case of India, Sri Lanka, there are few areas, for instance, where the distance between two regions, for instance, here take the case. This is where, sorry, this is where the baseline starts. This is where the shoreline starts here. This is where the shoreline starts here. You see the distance between these two, it is sometimes less than 9 nautical miles. The distance between the baselines of Sri Lanka and India, it is very narrow. So this shows the narrowness. See, normally if you see like from the baseline till 12 nautical miles, from this one till 12 nautical miles. So at least if it is more than 24 nautical miles, that is okay, it is easy to divide. But here there is a narrow passage. All right. So even though this international maritime boundary is demarcated, but still the geography makes it trouble. Like, no, so we can't have fences over that, right? All right. We can't have, we can't like float the thermocols also as a matter of delineation. All right, but the thing is that, so coming to the history, actually, you see, right on, this is the historical evolution of, or the historical, like you can say it's about the legal status, history and legal status of borders. So the borders between India and Sri Lanka and the tri-junction between India, Sri Lanka and Maldives, starting from Bay of Bengal till Indian Ocean, it is properly demarcated. And delineated. So there is no dispute to, okay, whether this belongs to your territory, that this belongs to my territory or not. The coordinates upon which like it is made, like everything is fine. There is no dispute. People unable to hear, like people have, anyone else have the same issue? Anyone else has the same issue? Are you able to hear me? People able to hear me? Okay, but other people don't have issues. Please check your audio, student. So it is properly demarcated. Demarcated means what? Like it's the line is drawn. The line is drawn. Okay, this belongs to you. This belongs to me. All right. Demarcation, marking the boundaries. All right. So this is what like so the entire boundary between India and Sri Lanka. BOB means Bay of Bengal. All right. Fine. So so along across Park Strait, because of narrow passage, it was between India and Sri Lanka. By 1974, the agreement is done. And between Gulf of Mannar as well as Bay of Bengal, as well as the tri-junction between India, Sri Lanka and Maldives, all these things were kind of demarcated by 1976. So there is no problem with respect to the history. There is no problem with respect to the legal status. There is no temporary lines, nothing like that. So India Maritime, we have like that is called as International Maritime Boundary Line. That is called as what? International Maritime Boundary Line, IMBL normally. So like what we call international boundary, this is called as International Maritime Boundary Line. So yes, geography is extent, it's a problem. So even though we have demarcated, it's very difficult to guard it because so it is based on the GPS coordinates only you can get to know that we can't have fences, right? And that is the reason why there is frequent altercations between the fishermen and the Indian Navy as well as the Sri Lankan Navy. All right, so this is what happens. Understand? Now we are going to see the other issues also. All right, the other issues which included it. So you have to know why the fisherman actually. Fine. First of all, I'll discuss about the socio-economic ethnic transactions. I'll go with the order only better. What about the socio-economic ethnic transactions? Third component. All right, so we have not opened up any trade like so. There is a formal trade which is happening in because there is no such fencing. The formal trade is happening in, but with respect to the ethnic issues, we had the Tamil connection. We had this Tamil connection. All right, we had the Tamil connection. Fine. So high seas are international waters only. High seas are international waters only. Fine. So we had this ethnic Tamil connection. You see, till 2009 there was a civil war. I even mentioned till 2009 there was a civil war between LTTE and the Sri Lankan government. All right. So till that time there was a spillover effect. There was a spillover effect. But right now this is subsided. But this issue is subsided because like today there is with respect to rehabilitation and resettlement. So India is kind of helping in terms of monetary as well as other help. All right. So we had some one ethnic connection. You see, like in the borders, there used to be kind of support. All right, in the form of logistics. All right, by providing guns, financial support used to be given, but right now it is subsided. So there is no ethnic issue related to internal security. There is no ethnic connection related to internal security right now. Understand? And here you can say it is about this economic issue. So what about the economic issue? You see economic issue, it's about fishermen, but if you see fishermen, like this is the second one, like we want to discuss that. What is about the fisherman issue? So is it really related to economy? That is what we have to find out. So with respect to fishermen, there is three possibilities. Why or what, on what reasons, for what reasons the fishermen are arrested. On what reasons fishermen are arrested, Indian fishermen are arrested in Sri Lanka. Number one, for crossing the international maritime boundary line. Number one is crossing the international maritime boundary line. Number two is the usage of bottom trawlers. I'll discuss about bottom trawlers in a while. And three, for coastal smuggling. So India and Sri Lanka, along the borders, the Indian fisherman is arrested by the Sri Lankan because of three reasons. One is for crossing the international maritime boundary line, and for the usage of bottom trawlers, and for coastal smuggling. All right, we'll see one by one. So crossing the international maritime boundary line, like this is very much natural. I said like it is very difficult to create offenses. So people have GPS devices. You see, like Sri Lankan authorities, like so the one which I'll see that right, you have like the Indian fishermen. They kind of provided GPS devices. By this the GPS devices, they can be able to track the fisheries also. So the resources like fishes also they can be able to track it, and this is the reason why compared to Indian part, like there are more fishes in Sri Lanka, and that is the reason why like people are kind of often like crossing that. All right, so that is one of the reason, but this is not a major impact as far as the internal security. This is not a major impact. And the second one we discuss about bottom trawling, right? So this is what called as bottom trawling. Bottom trawling means like usage of huge nets this huge nets. So this will capture whatever comes on its way. This will capture whatever comes on its way. Bottom trawling, it's called as mechanical trawlers also. So wherein like it will be a very huge net wherein whatever comes on its way will be catch. So that is the reason why I said that like more than 40%, sometimes up to 90% of the catch of the bycatch will be unwanted. All right, so they tend to catch a specific fish or fishes, but in there will come turtles and other vertebrate and invertebrate species within the waters. All right, and those things like those which are bottom dwelling marine life, so those sedentary species which are attached to the bottom thing, that is also kind of destroyed, especially the coral reefs. You see coral reefs which are very much important in maintaining the ecosystem, the marine ecosystem. All right, so that it's destroyed. All right, so bottom trawling is destroys the coral reefs. It disrupts the sediments also. It creates these plumes. These are the plumes you see. So once it is taken back, like you see those plumes means like it's kind of smoke within the water only. You see like a clear water with a settled mud is, if it is kind of stood down, and now it will create plumes, right? So that is what. So that is what like it creates, it destroys the whole marine ecosystem, and that is the reason why it is banned in Sri Lanka. And if Indian fishermen they involve in bottom trawling, they also kind of arrested, and their vehicles I mean like the vessels are seized. All right, so why do they use? Because like bottom trawling, it fetches more fish. It fetches more fish, but the problem is it depletes the resources. It depletes the resources. All right, so you see like depletion of resources, it's one of the major issue. In India also we have a ban system, right? India has a kind of ban, and especially at the time of monsoon onset, like because like at the time of monsoon only, just before the monsoon only, there will be these fishes will reproduce. All right, so that is where. But the thing is that like in order to reduce this people using bottom trawlers, India has advocated for deep sea fishing. But in that also there is problem, because in deep sea fishing is not so lucrative in India, even though the government provides subsidy, heavy subsidy of 80%, but the alternatives are not so evident. So that is the reason why still now people are using the bottom trawlers illegally. Fine. This is point number two, bottom trawlers. But the thing is that bottom trawling is also not related to internal security again. This is also not related to internal security. This is also not, but the major issue is coastal smuggling. The major issue is coastal smuggling. So this is where it is most important security issues. Bottom trawling is not banned in India. It is banned only in Sri Lanka. All right. So why it is not? Because already we have lot less fishes only. All right. So we have Lytton, but it is banned in Sri Lanka. All right. So we have other mechanisms, right? That is the reason why. All right. So write down about coastal smuggling. Write down about coastal smuggling. Write down about coastal smuggling. So coastal smuggling happens mostly the gold. Like you see, compared to India, there is the gold which has kind of cheaper. So you people used to smuggle gold and narcotics. It includes, this is basically drug trafficking. All right, illegally. Wildlife, exotic wildlife species. You see like this turtles and other things like kind of. So this is basically, you see the pattern. The pattern is this is basically from Sri Lanka to India. This is narcotics also mostly both the ways, Sri Lanka to India, but mostly to India. Wildlife species also from Sri Lanka towards India, because India there is a huge market. And this is also foreign currencies, especially dollars and other things. Again, this is also from Sri Lanka towards India. All right. So this is what. Now, if you see among all these people, like people who have been arrested because of international maritime crossing the international maritime borderline, and people who are using bottom trawlers, and people who are coastal smuggling, and definitely the first criteria, the first set of people, you see the first set of people, they deserve some sort of, you can say, kind of an you can say the pardon, what I say, like they can be given some sort of an excuse. So these are the people normally released. You see, in few special occasions, some 200 fishermen from India is released, 200 fishermen from Sri Lanka is released. All right, so this is what. But these people, they are done with an intention. Intentionally, they do that. All right, so that is the reason why mostly this, and definitely not. You see, mostly people who are involved in smuggling, they don't, they it is not, they are not released by the Sri Lankan authorities, languishing in jails, and definitely they don't deserve. But these people, some of these people only, so they say in the name of fisherman. So the next time, like you see, you watch a news actually, the people who smuggle, you never know, like always you put those emotional thing. Okay, an innocent Tamil fisherman, a poor fisherman. All right, you evoke the emotions of the regionalism. You evoke the emotions of this nationality, and then like you put that the poor poverty line, and then like you put that picture, and then you kind of hide why exactly they were arrested. If it is because of crossing the international maritime only, this is fine. But coastal smuggling, people do deliberately leave the GPS devices also fine. So this is something basically with respect to the I can say um, India Sri Lanka thing. All right, and with respect to the political and economic situation of the country, and lastly, if you speak about it, like you see in Sri Lanka, the family of Rajapaksa. All right, and the other side, like you have last name Sirisena, and there is this Vikramasinghe, right? All right, Ranil Vikramasinghe. So this is what, like right now there is a change of regime from Sirisena to Rajapaksa right now. So, but Rajapaksa is considered to be a pro-Chinese. All right, these people are kind of considered to be pro-Indian last, but we have to wait and watch. Like, so we had a fear that like Rajapaksa might again turn to China again. All right, so this is something you have to keep in mind. Like we have to follow that. Like how, so if there is a change of regime, the change of regime could change equations. Change of regime could change equations. between India and Sri Lanka with respect to China. All right. So this is what you have to keep in mind. Right now, there is no such political instability. Everything is fine. But the one of the things which you have to keep in mind is about the economy. You see, the economy, the Sri Lankan economy was very good. Like Sri Lankan economy was very good even during the times of war. Like, but after the Chinese involvement, after the Chinese involvement, it became worse. It became worse. Like example, I can give you like the case of Hambantota port. Hambantota port. You see, Hambantota port was built and developed by China, saying that like, okay, we'll build a port, like we'll help you during the time of war, like we'll help you, and help you building a port also. We want you to, we want to invest a lot of money in that, like, all right, what for which they said like by investing a lot of money, like okay, it is economically viable also. It is economically profitable also. Sorry, it is economically profitable also. But what exactly happened? You know what happened in the case of Hambantota? The Sri Lankan authorities unable to pay the debt. They have given that as a lease to Sri Lanka, China. They have given the lease to China. All right. They have given lease to China. All right. And that is the reason why like there is one called this Matala Rajapaksa airport that is also related to this one only. So India tried to buy stakes. India planned to buy stakes because there is a possibility that like Hambantota port could be used as a naval base by China. So Hambantota port could be used as an naval base by China. So that is the reason why we wanted to use this as an possible air base. This as an possible air base. But you know what happened? You know what happened? You know what happened in this case? So after this Rajapaksa, like they were not in ready in favor of giving this one. All right. So this is something like we have to wait and watch what happens to that. All right. So as far as the economy, I said like economy was very good until the Chinese debt trap. See, until the Chinese debt trap means I said why it is called as a debt trap. Why it is called as a debt trap? See, Sri Lanka did not want a port. Sri Lanka said already we have a Colombo port. Why there is a need to have one more port? Why there is a need to have one more port very near to Colombo? So for which they said like no, this will be economically viable. But they said like it is a kind of utter failure. They are unable to generate revenue. Now why it is called as a debt trap? Because China through its One Belt One Road initiative and it kind of engages in bilateral economic relation. They will invest a lot of money in infrastructure, but ultimately the government won't be able to pay, and finally they take that infrastructure. And why it is called as a debt trap? You see, someone asking, say, 1 lakh rupees. So China offers 10 lakhs, for instance. Why? Because the thing is that if it is 1 lakh, he can repay. But if it is 10 lakh, he is unable to repay. After unable to repay, what it will happen? Meaning what? So instead of unable to pay 10 lakhs, they'll give the property. Is it not? This is what happens. So China gives or invests in those projects which are not viable, by which therein they take control of that property and they use it for strategic purposes. Understand? They use that for strategic purposes, and this is what the real situation is. So since Hambantota port right now is under the control of China, so there is a possibility that it could be used as a naval base. Understood?
it could be used as a naval base. Understand why the debt happened is again the reason why they're unable to repay. So again, we'll see that in Chinese debt trap also, like what happened in the case of Maldives and other things. So it is because of indirect thing, it is because of the indirect influence of China, we are facing that issue. Understand? Is it fine? No, India planned to buy stakes in Rajapaksa airport. No, Masala airport is still under the control of Sri Lanka only. It is still under the control of Sri Lanka only. All right, fine. This is what. So next we'll see India Myanmar. We'll start with India Myanmar. All right. So any doubts you have? So that's what debt trap means. Okay, let it be like okay. See, crime pattern only that's coastal smuggling we have seen, right? So the crime pattern only coastal smuggling we have seen that, right? That is what. Just a minute. Okay, so with respect to Kachitiu, I could say that Kachitiu is a political issue. I said that is raised only at the time of elections in India. All right, so already we have given through legal terms, like we cannot claim it right now. And that is not a kind of, you can say, internal security issue also. If Indian fishermen uses bottom trawling, definitely they would be imprisoned in Sri Lanka, yes, of course. And is India and Japan plan to do something which exactly, like maybe I'll just see it, you can Google it and you can let me know that also. All right, so Sri Lankan Navy can arrest, but is it legal to shoot a fisherman in sea? And that depends on it. And that is what, like, you don't be emotional right now. First of all, getting to know why, on what reason they shot. And if at all you're involved in smuggling, and in smuggling, if they ask you to stop, all right, if they're not stopping, definitely they can fire also. Understand? So that depends on the case to case basis. That depends on the case to case basis. And you can't say that, like I said, like, okay, fine, is it legal? No, definitely it is illegal to shoot. But definitely what we can say that, like, it depends on the case to case basis. By sitting here, like, we can't say that, like, what exactly happened. All right. The next one, like, okay, oh, East Container Terminal, fine, let it be. Okay, fine. Now the political issues, I said no, political issue is, so political instability can be an issue. See, with respect to the neighbors, if we have neighbors between two countries, if we have like, sorry, I'm sorry, like, so if the neighbor is unstable, you see, most of the insecurity happens because of economic and political situation. If the political situation is not good, it might result in bad economy. There might be again possibility of a chaos within the country, is it not? The same in the case of the other side. Like if the economy is very bad, if the economy is reeling very bad, then it can affect the political situation also. So both the political and economic situation can affect the security aspect. That results in instability. That instability could result in. But as of now, like I said, like that is one dimension. The second dimension is whether like they're pro-Chinese. If they are kind of pro-Chinese, again, China must China might invest a lot of things, and they can like again like they can control. So there is a possibility that these places could be turned into bases. Fine, all right. Okay, so you can include that. That is as a matter of goodwill, just as the supplying of vaccines, and that is again a bilateral thing, and that is to improve the relationship, and that is nothing to do with the security aspect. Maybe like so it's about improving the relationship online. Fine, all right. So that is it. Like with respect to that, like fine, like we'll revise like so we have again another 8 minutes only. Fine, so we'll better revise. We'll recap all those things and then like yeah, we'll revise and recap right now. So whatever we have seen. All right. Would the people migrate for rehabilitation are considered as refugees? No, no. See, why would I said migration is a voluntary? Like, you can rephrase your question and then put it precisely. You can, okay, I'll recap it in the meantime. Like, what are the roles you have? Please, you people put it. Fine. So first of all, today, so we have seen the importance of significance of internal security, and then like we have discussed about like the five factors actually. So whenever we discuss about border management, I said border management we have to study from five factors. We have to look into the history. So first of all, geography, the historical evolution of the borders, have we demarcated and delineated the borders, and then about the socio-economic ethnic transactions, and next is about the social and economic, that is a political and economic situation of the country, and lastly about the crime pattern. Fine. And today we started with Pakistan. So Pakistan, basically, you see the history. It is a varied terrain and it is a difficult terrain. And so that is the very geography itself makes border management very difficult. You see in the case of salt marshes, you see at the time of winters, it will be full of salt. And in the summer, it will be full of hotness. And in the winter, in the monsoon, it will be full of water. So that is what. And second is about the historical evolution of the borders. Like in the historical evolution, I said there are three things. One is international border, LOC, and AGPL. It evolved with the time. So international border mostly based on Radcliffe Line, LOC based on the ceasefire line. So after the Kashmir war, India went to UN Security Council. They said stop the war and let the people decide. Till the people decide, that will be the temporal line. That is the reason why it is called as a de facto boundary. That is the reason why it is called as a ceasefire line. Fine, that is what. And the third thing is AGPL. AGPL is that unmanned, uninhabited area, undefined boundary. So Pakistan started issuing permits, and that is the reason why we started acquiring it. But basically, the reason behind is because of the strategic reason, that is the Siachen Glacier. Fine. So that is about AGPL. We have seen the significance of Siachen Glacier. Why, despite spending so much money, despite losing so many soldiers, why we have kept it. Fine. And next is about after this socioeconomic ethnic transactions. So ethnic transactions, we discussed about Khalistan issue, we discussed about Balochistan issue. So India accuses Pakistan of infiltrating Khalistani people within India, kind of supporting the movement inside also, outside India also. And basically, Khalistan means don't speak about Punjabis. All right. So it is a demand for a separate state for Sikhism, Sikh people, not for Punjabis. I said Pakistani Punjabis, they are mostly from Islam. All right, this is one thing. And next is about like the crime pattern, like actually. And in the case of, sorry, the political and economic situation. All right, so we spoke about the opening of trade. So line of control trade was opened in 2008, and it was there till 2019. It was suspended because it was misused by the separatists. All right, so this is what we have seen. And later on, the economic and political situation, I said politically we are not concerned. Sorry, economically we are not concerned because people are not migrating from Pakistan. You see, most of the skilled laborers in Pakistan, they used to move to countries like UK. You can find a lot of people in UK, Canada, and other countries also. Fine, but so people are not migrating legally or illegally to Pakistan. But mostly the political situation, we refer to a concept called deep state. What is the meaning of deep state? The deep state is where Pakistani military has a control over the Pakistani government. All right, so this is one thing. And next is about and the next is about the crime pattern. I said golden drug trafficking on the base of Golden Crescent. Golden Crescent includes Pakistan, that is Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Fine. This is what. And then we have seen the differences between incursion, infiltration with examples, along with that state-sponsored terrorism, which we'll study in terrorism. Fine. And next, with respect to Indo-Sri Lanka, we have geography is maritime boundary. So maritime boundary makes it difficult because we cannot create fences. And with respect to legal status, like we have demarcated the borders from starting from Bay of Bengal, Park Strait, Gulf of Mannar, and Indian Ocean, the tri-junction between India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. So we have demarcated. That is, we have demarcated, delineated, nothing problem about it. And next is about the coastal smuggling. In the case of coastal smuggling, I said coastal smuggling is the only issue because the ethnic issue was there, the ethnic connection was there, but right now it is subsided. That is because there is no such civil war right now. There is not a problem from the perspective of security. And next is with respect to fishermen. I said fishermen, they are arrested for 3 reasons: for crossing the international maritime boundary, and secondly for using of bottom trawlers, and thirdly for you can say coastal smuggling. I said coastal smuggling is kind of problematic because that is where like it is kind of detrimental to India's security. Fine, but rest about person two, it is more related to fishermen only, and these people are released. Fine, that is what with respect to India, Sri Lanka. So we have seen the terminologies like what is territorial waters, what is exclusive economic zone, what is high seas, internal waters, what is guarded by whom. All right. In the case of India Pakistan, also India Pakistan, the international border is guarded by BSF, whereas LOC and AGPL primarily guarded by Army, and they are supported or supplemented by the Central Armed Police Forces. Fine. This is what I said. The crime pattern again. I said crime pattern again. All these trafficking happens. Coastal smuggling only. The major issue, crime pattern. All right. And with respect to the economic and political situation, keep in mind. So politically, right now there is stability. Right now, stability means there is no such regime is moving towards China or against India. There is kind of a neutral regime only right now. We have to wait and watch. But you see that economic situation, economy was very good, but it was in fact affected after Chinese investment. So Chinese initially invested, and Sri Lanka unable to repay. They have taken. So there is a possibility that China could use these places as a naval base or air base to surround India. That is what I guess you must have studied about string of pearls, right? Have you studied about string of pearls in bilateral? String of pearls, all those things starting from Gwadar port. That's what. So it is also part of it. That is what we are kind of feared. All right. So this is what about the border management. Now you can ask the doubts. Hope you enjoy the class. So any doubts you can ask me right now. I'll explain. Other people can sign off like thank you, thank you. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a great weekend, and tomorrow we'll meet again. Fine. Any other doubts, you can let me know. I said, see, crime pattern, that is what, no, smuggling, I say, smuggling is what the crime pattern. So what is the role of ISI in Pakistan? I said, ISI is basically an intelligence agency. Like raw we have, raw we have, you have this one. Raw is kind of taking external intelligence. Similarly, ISI is also carrying out intelligence operation. Fine, that is what. I guess trains right now it is kind of stopped actually. All right, um, but you can check it right now because there it used to be Samjhauta. It was like there was a blast and there were so many problems, and Tar Express also I guess still functioning, or you can still find out. You can Google it, right? The actual information you can Google it. Okay, thank you, people. Okay, so just a minute. Okay, question is, sir, would Sri Lanka Navy along with Indian Navy would also control high seas? Yes, definitely. So in high seas, yeah, it is kind of patrolling only. It is kind of patrolling only. So it should not be used in high seas. There is used to be joint patrolling because it should not be used by the pirates. All right. How the ethnic sects of Pakistan have connections with our internal security? That is what I said. No, see, India accuses how India accuses Pakistan of Khalistani supporting infiltration. Pakistan also accuses India of inciting violence. All right, sending espionage. Why I mentioned about Kulbhushan Jadhav? You see, like Pakistan accuses India of kind of creating trouble within Pakistan. So even when India supported the independence of Balochistan, that is what their concerns. Understand? So have you got understood it? All right. Okay, yeah. So could you please tell me the demilitarized question arises in Parliament? No, what exactly? Still, I'm not able to get it.
Demilitarized question means so you mentioned about Siachen Glacier. Okay, so Siachen Glacier, you see questions have been posed by the MPs like, okay, so we are losing soldiers. We could like, why can't we go for peace processes? Why should we militarize that zone? So instead, like we can demilitarize gradually. All right, so that is what been question. For which we say that like this cannot be done. Demilitarization cannot be done because once we demilitarize, Pakistan will take control. Once we demilitarize, Pakistan will take control. That is the reason why. Understand? Any other things? So what is Britain EU water policy that is finalized after Brexit? I read that it was appreciated by EU member states. Can we use that between India and Sri Lanka? Maybe I should go through that. Like I did not go through that. I'll go through that water policy. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll go through after the class and let you know. All right. EU water policy. Okay, fine. Fine. Anyway, we can occupy Pakistan. See, that is what it's part of India means like I guess that why did we go for UN Security Council? So we have a respected UN Security Council and we are waiting for the resolution which is passed. You got to stick down to the resolution. Understand? You can't just like that again go and do that like. So the only way is that like no, they have to demilitarize and ultimately it has a result in referendum. All right. So occupying POK maybe like I don't know like how far it is going to affect, but that will be against that will be still against the UN resolution. At that point of time, like the countries may turn against us. Why can't India take back accession? Because we don't have the military power. What if they take, if we take accession, what if they take Arunachal Pradesh? What if they take Sikkim? All right, who is going to help you now? We should be happy that like at least we that is something like which is no significant population, even though there are strategic location, but let it be. All right. So is there is a possibility of coming us to retrieve Kachitivu Island? No, I don't think so. So unfortunately, it cannot be. But I said Kachitivu issue will come, will crop up only in the that will crop up only in the political manifesto of parties. So I said that is a kind of a fishing ground, and that is given so as to maintain a good relation with Sri Lanka. All right. So unnecessarily they won't raise this issue. So any party which comes in power, the present or the past or in future, whatever it is, they won't utter a word about Kachitivu to Sri Lanka. All right. So that is about political issues, and that is also not an internal security issue. Fine. Okay. Next one, like, what is the question? Like, just a minute. Okay. So why cannot India buy a stake in Matal Airport? No, that is like we were ready to buy actually. We were ready to buy, but that is not given by that is not given by you can say Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka initially they were kind of happy, but later on they changed their mind. Later on they changed their mind. That is what. Okay. Any other questions? So any other questions, people? Shall we wind up then? Okay. So with respect to that Siachen Glacier, that is what Siachen Glacier is.
Whoever has the Siachen Glacier, like they have the Saltoro Ridge, so they can overlook the area. And that Siachen Glacier, by we having a control, that prevents China and Pakistan from linking up. And thirdly, like so if we leave all these undefined boundary, unclaimed places to Pakistan, that will, they'll eventually start claiming everything. That is what. Understand? Fine. That is what. Sri Lankan debt is not over. They have to pay that. They have to pay. I spoke with respect to this Hambantota port only. There are other things which they have got it. I guess it was some 99 years lease. At the topic, we'll see other things like we'll see Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nepal. So Pakistan is only one big thing, but other things are kind of small only. Among that, like Bangladesh and China is kind of big, but other topics like tomorrow, some 4 countries we can finish. All right. Fine. Good night, people. Thank you. Team, you can wind up, please.